class, I'd like for you to read the first psalm.
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly,
Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly,
nor standeth in the way of sinners,
nor standeth in the way of sinners,
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
But his delight is in the law of Yahudah,
But his delight is in the law of Yahudah,
and in his law does he meditate day and night.
and in his law does he meditate day and night.
He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers
He shall be like a tree planted by the rivers
of water,
of water,
that bringeth forth his fruit in his season.
that bringeth forth his fruit in his season.
His leaf also shall not wither,
His leaf also shall not wither,
and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper.
and whatsoever he doeth shall prosper.
The ungodly are not so,
The ungodly are not so,
but are like the chaff which the wind driveth away.
but are like the chaff which is the wind driveth away.
Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment,
Therefore the ungodly shall not stand in the judgment,
nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous.
nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous.
For Yahudah knoweth the way of the righteous,
For Yahudah knoweth the way of the righteous,
but the way of the ungodly shall perish.
but the way of the ungodly shall perish.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Psalm 1.
All right, just want to open up, as always, by saying I give thanks and praise to the Almighty Creator Yahudah on this delightful Holy Shabbat day, and for all the blessings and everything, the wonderful greatness that He has bestowed upon all of us, and allowing us to be partakers in His Word, partakers in life itself, and everything that so many people take for granted, as far as how good and how wonderful the Most High is to all things. You know, He created everything, and He created a way for everything to be able to sustain itself. Man comes along and disrupts that. So a lot of the things that are going on that are wrong is due to man. Just like in Proverbs, when Solomon is talking about how the Most High made man upright, but He has sought out many inventions. Man is the one that creates a lot of these problems, but the Creator Himself is good and perfect. And you know, just like in this first book of Psalms, it says, "Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, but nor standeth in the seat of the sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful," is because, you know, and then the next verse talks about how you delight in the law of the Most High. So for a man to truly be walking on a righteous path, you got to be in the law of the Creator. You cannot extract yourself from His ways. You know, if you're going to live righteously, you know, if you're going to live the way of the world, which is an unrighteous life, then of course you're going to walk in whatever, you know, ideology is out there. But it's through the Creator and through His enlightenment that we all understand what true living is, where we understand what is required of a human being. And I'm not just talking about Israel, because obviously we know that we are the ones that are supposed to be the ambassadors to the world when it comes to this law. So it goes without saying. But if any nation were to live according to the ways of the Most High, which is what He would like, which is what He wanted, the reason why He has a chosen people to be that intercessor for the nations. You know, they go and create Christ and say that He went to the nations and He's supposed to be this intercessor, but no, it's His people. So, but once a nation decides they're going to follow the way of the Creator, just like we read in Isaiah the 56th chapter, He will embrace that. And that's the way it's going to be. You know, obviously the nations that won't do that are going to perish. And that's why we see all the things that we see in prophecy as far as the destruction. But we know that beyond that, the nations that are left after this judgment, they're going to walk in the ways of the Creator. And all nations that are left and all peoples that are left are going to understand what we have the privilege of understanding already. So that's what is so wonderful about, you know, when you come to understand how important this is that you're kind of in a pioneering sense where you have accepted something that all the world is going to have to accept, but they're going to have to accept it at the expense of a lot of lives, at the expense of a lot of destruction, at the expense of a lot of things that they thought were true being proven to be untrue. So it's very unfortunate that it's going to take all that, but that's what it's going to take. Especially with our people. You know, when you really zero it down, that's really going to affect our people severely, probably hardest. Because, you know, just like we read in Amos, the 3rd chapter, he says, only Israel has he known among all what?
All
families of the earth.
Families of the earth. You only have I known.
Oh, you only have I known. So therefore what?
Therefore I will punish you.
Yeah. So you're going to get the brunt of this. Mm-hmm. Even though I'm judging these nations, you really going to get it because you're supposed to be the one that's supposed to do it. Just like if you see your children out, well, a bunch of kids in the neighborhood, and they all doing something bad, throwing bricks or whatever. Now, you might reprimand the other kids, but who you really going to focus on?
Your own.
Your own, right? Mm-hmm. So the Most High no different. He really focusing on his people. Mm-hmm. And that's why a lot of our people ain't going to make it. Because, you know, they're so far removed from where they're supposed to be, and the requirement is there. There's a disconnect, and so within that disconnect there's a problem. That's why I'm so adamant about making sure that if I come in contact with people, especially if it's like a debate or things like that, I'm very, you know, precise, and I try to make sure that I'm not saying I'm perfect with it because I make mistakes too, but I try to stay as accurate as I can to the word, and I try to make sure that I do open up myself to question or, you know, all that, because I learn, you know, I can learn from people and all that too, so I don't harden my heart, and I make sure that, you know, we're dealing with things the way they are. And unfortunately a lot of our people don't. They take it as an emotional issue. They believe certain things and they hold on to it, and even in spite of what the word is saying. And that's what I have a problem with, because I feel like wherever my long held beliefs are, if you show me in the book and you're able to break it down, then I'm gonna change what I believe to accommodate what the truth is. Unfortunately, a lot of our people don't look at it that way, because, you know, that's what it comes down to, having a proper relationship with the Creator. You know, you got to respect and honor and glorify Him to the point where you're saying, well, I'm not going to allow myself to be so caught up in whatever it is I'm doing that I'm not going to acknowledge what the truth is. And that's what the problem is, and that's what creates these rifts between our people. But once again, you know, just giving all glory and praise and honor to the Heavenly Father, Yahudah, because this is His word. It's not my word. I didn't write it. I've just been blessed enough to be able to understand it and read it and present it. You know, but all glory goes to Him. This is His will. He separates and causes rifts between people. We all know that there's people that, even in your life, that you have been estranged from and separated from, in large part due to the truth. I've had, you know, relationships with other teachers, other, you know, people that have been severed simply because of the word. But that's a huge reason, you know, because this is not compromising. And when people are not willing to humble themselves to the Almighty's word, not what I'm saying, but what He's saying, then there's no reconcile. You know, you have to just sit back and let the Almighty work it out. And that's what it's going to do. But there's still a process that needs to happen. Just like when He used to send His prophets of old, whether it was Isaiah, Ezekiel, Jeremiah, any of them, He would have them go out as prepared to face the people and to be able to show them. And look at all the opposition they got. Mm-hmm. Look at all the, so all for the word of the Creator, because what people reject is the Creator. They're not rejecting the messenger. They may attack the messenger, and they might, they do all of that because that's the physical representation. That's a physical person, but that person is only a representative. Just like when I was going to that other class, and I was bringing this teaching, I was representing the word of the Most High. I wasn't. So if people were rejecting that, who were they rejecting?
Most High.
They're rejecting the Most High, right? Because I was personally accepted in the class, if you recall. Mm-hmm. I was very accepted and well respected and loved in that class. That's the reason why I was even teaching there. I didn't even ask to do that. I was approached to do that. So what happened? How you go from that to now, I'm public enemy number one now? Because they rejecting this. Mm-hmm. It ain't got nothing to do with me. So it's all about the Creator, and you gotta make sure that you have a proper relationship with Him so that you don't allow things to make a wedge between your relationship with Him. That's what makes me so strong. I don't have an allegiance to nobody, as far as because I need to try to adhere to somebody's doctrine. I don't do that. That's why I get into it with so many other teachers, because I don't adhere to doctrines. I follow the Creator. I don't need to. You understand? So I go to them based on the knowledge that the Most High gave me, not them. I didn't get on my. Now I was humble enough to, when there was brothers that were teaching something that I didn't know at the time, I'm humble enough to accept the truth, because that's accepting who? The Creator. Mm-hmm. So if a brother's teaching something that I didn't know about, I'm gonna learn from him. Just like Brother Yahudah, we want to get into that debate in a minute, but he taught me a lot of stuff. But and I adopted that and was better for it. The problem I have is when it reverses, a lot of brothers ain't as willing. Because I taught him, and I saw a lot of things he did accept that I taught him too, but when it challenges their fundamental belief, then it becomes a problem. So, again, it all goes back to the Creator. It all goes back to the Heavenly Father. This is His word, not my word. I'm just humbled and thankful to Him that I'm able to understand it the way I do. And it all revolves around the Almighty. And when people don't accept truth, then, because the Most High is the truth. Mm-hmm. He is the truth. There is no truth outside of Him. Any truth, that's from Him. There is no wisdom or counsel against the Almighty. So if anybody's speaking truth, then they're speaking the word of the Creator, whether they realize it or not. Now, because every truth is contained within His word. Anything you want to know about anybody is in His word. So when someone is a person of truth, they're going to warn into the word of the Most High. That's why when you read certain books, and you got authors, even if they're not coming from a scriptural point of view, they're going to say stuff that's scriptural.
That's right.
Right? Just like I got books from people like Claude Anderson. I brought some of his material in there. Remember him about black labor, white wealth?
Right.
I brought a video in there. He talks a lot of truth.
Yeah.
But then he also does what? He's not a spiritual teacher. He's a professor. He's a PhD in economics or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But what did he do? He started relating black people to the book.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's the truth.
Right.
And his other brother, would you tell me about Rudolph Winston? I got some of his books. Same thing with him.
Yep.
And I haven't seen what he outright said that we're the Israelites, but he's saying everything except that.
Exactly.
He's associating us with the book. Mm-hmm. So again, how does that happen? Because it's His word. It's the Creator's word. So people are going to be speaking His word if you're speaking the truth. You could be telling the truth about something that ain't had nothing to do. If you think it may not have anything to do with this, but it does. A lot of people don't even believe in the book. But if they believe some truth and they're speaking the truth, guess what? They're speaking the word. They just don't know that. So it's a blessing to know the truth and to know that, how this is all intertwined. So that's the real thing. But anyway, just wanted to give that glory to the Creator. That is all about Him, all about His word, His mercy, endure forever. He the King, He the Judge, and we're all at His service. We're all His servants, even whether or not you are voluntarily serving Him, which is the best thing to do. You're serving Him. Even the wicked are serving Him. He's using all that. I taught you that, right?
Yeah, even the wicked for the day of evil.
Even the wicked for the day of evil. He set up the bases of men. Daniel 4, all of that. So these wicked people that's ruling the earth, that's all at the behest of the Most High. Job 9. What does that say?
Got me there.
Y'all know that one?
Job 9 with the prayer of Daniel. Job 9.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking about it.
Y'all want to turn that real quick?
Yes. 24.
Yeah. You remember it now, right?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah, so read that.
The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
The earth is what?
The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
It's given to them. So who's it given to them by?
The Creator.
The Creator. He the only one that can give you something like that, because this is His world, right? This is His earth. He said the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. What?
He covered the faces of the
He
judges
covered the
thereof.
faces of the judges
If
thereof.
not, where and who is he?
He said, if the wicked, if it ain't, then who is it? That's why you got perverted judgments and everything. They cover the faces of the judgments and all the laws and everything. It's wicked.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's the point. It is the Most High is the one that is the overall of that. But if the earth is given to the hands of the wicked, that means that he's sanctioned that. You get it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway, we're gonna get into today's lesson. All praises due to the Heavenly Father Yahudah. Hallelujah.
Yeah.
I have a treat for y'all today. You know, it's a long-awaited, anticipated debate between me and my brother Yahudah ben Israel, a very well-respected teacher. There's someone that I still respect, even though, again, I disagree with him on a lot of fundamental things. And before I get into it, I just want to preface a few things and put things into perspective. At the time we recorded this, I was still going to the other class over there. I had not quite yet established this class. I wouldn't establish this class for another almost 5 to 6 months later from the time that you're going to be hearing this recording. We recorded it actually the same day that you heard the last one, which was dealing with the milk, right? That we did this the same day as that. This was actually the main event, so to speak. You know, that was just a preliminary little disagreement we had that you heard. But this is the main meat of what it was that we were going to be talking about. That's why this one is a lot more involved, a lot more intricate. And I think it's overall a very good debate. He's going to bring out some things. You're probably going to hear some things you never heard as far as he's coming from that perspective. But I want you to hear this stuff so that you can see that there are our brothers out there that truly believe that the night begins a new day. Or that the Sabbath should be kept at evening, from evening to evening. So it's going to be very intricate. It's heated. Okay, so I had to think about it because, like I said, I know this is the Shabbat, but we're getting information from it. And it is a very important topic because it has to do with the service of the Most High and His Holy Shabbat. So there's a lot of teaching moments in it. So that's why I feel like it's very important for y'all to hear it, because I don't think you've heard an in-depth discussion about why some people believe when the day starts, right? Because I think that I haven't seen, like what me and him are going to be going into, I haven't seen nobody else debate it to that level. He was supposed to battle or debate Elisha on this, but he never got around to it. They debated about whether or not you should leave your house, because he has that posted on his website, the debate he had with Elisha. But they were supposed to, you heard that one, right? They were supposed to go into, but they never got around to it. He kind of gave me some background story why they didn't, but that's a whole other thing. But he never, the debate that me and him are having, him and Elisha was supposed to have. So they never got a chance to go as deep into that. As I said, this is very important. It's concerning issues that concerns the day and all of that. And I, have advanced beyond this point, even what you're going to hear here, because like I said, this was years ago. This was a couple years ago, so there's some things that, because I listened back to it, there's some things I could have said different in my opinion. But I think overall it was very good. You're going to get a lot of it. It's just some funny parts in it too, just like the other one. It was entertaining, and it's very enlightening. And like I said, I'm going to give an opportunity. We may actually go a little bit over time today, just so you'll know, because I think it's like 3 hours solid. But what we're going to do is I'm going to give you an opportunity. If at any point you want to pause it, if you have a question or if you want to make a comment, I want you to be unbiased. I want you to hear him out, because I am going to let him do a lot of talking about why he does that. He believes what he believes. I'm going to pause it, like if I want to make a point, or because I'm going to be unbiased too. Whoever says something I think is incorrect, I'm going to express it. So I want you to have the opportunity as well. I want you to listen carefully. If you want to take notes, that's fine. But without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get it going and just, soak it all in, and hopefully we'll get a lot out of this. All right, so let me fire this up.
No. Science.
You have to discern how it's being used.
Oh, here we go. It's recording. Sitting here with my brother Yahudah on this Babylonian holiday, December 25th, 2011. And it's part of a two-part discussion. We're going to be talking about whether or not we can consume cow's milk initially, and then the bulk of the discussion is going to be regarding the 7-day Sabbath and when. So we're going to continue our discussion on when the Sabbath day starts. Okay, this is leading from the. Okay, everybody, you hear it over there? Sitting here with my brother Yahudah. So we're going to continue our discussion on when the Sabbath day starts. Picking up where I left off, I was telling you, I'm going to show you 3 different scriptures, and I want you to. No, sorry, that was first. This transposes that the first. So this is part 2 of my discussion. This is the beginning of it right here with brother Yahudah bin Israel, and we're discussing the 7-day Sabbath, and also when a day starts. Continuing from our last discussion, it is your contention that the day starts in the evening, and also
Let's
the Sabbath.
make it plain so we can have total clarity.
Okay, do you show me?
24-hour period begins with dark, not evening, because evening can be construed, and you'll see it in your Strongs, as sunset or night. Okay? You have to discern how it's being used in the place where you're reading.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Okay, but for the purpose of how you keep the Sabbath at sunset.
No.
Or even. How do you keep the Sabbath?
Even to even. When you use the term even, there is no mistaking what you're talking about. You're talking about dark.
Okay.
When it gets dark, as soon as that last bit of light disappears in the west, that's the beginning of the next 24-hour period or day, it can be said. But that's kind of confusing to a lot of people, I see.
Okay.
Because when you say day, they think you're talking about it's supposed to be light out.
All right, so let me do it this way. I want you to take me to all the scriptures that you feel.
I don't have but basically
3.
2.
Well, you got 3 really.
Genesis chapter 1
through 5.
Exodus chapter 12.
Where you also got Leviticus 23.
That's what now well, Leviticus 23, 3. I mean, Leviticus 23. You got to bring that in because it tells you 7 days. Mm-hmm. The Passover. That's what we were talking about.
Well, we were talking about the Day of Atonement last time, and also some people like to go to Nehemiah 13 and 19.
We wasn't talking about the Day of Atonement last time. We talked about basically how a 24-hour period begins. We talked about when the Sabbath, 7-day Sabbath begins, and we talked about Passover. Okay, you were saying, if I remember correctly, and I'm sure I do, that Passover, okay, and the Feast of Unleavened Bread is 2 different things. And they're not. It's the same thing.
Well, the Passover begins at even on the 14th day of the month of Abib. It ends that morning because the Passover lamb is not to lay over after that. The Feast of Unleavened Bread begins on the 15th day from the 15th to the 21st, 7 days. So are you saying that the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread are the exact same holy day?
Feast of Unleavened Bread and Passover, I'll say it a second time, are the same thing, okay? Passover, per se, they both start at the same time, okay? Both start at the same time.
Where do you read that at? Where is that at in the scriptures?
Exodus chapter 12. Exodus chapter 12.
And you're saying that
Exodus chapter 12. On the 14th day at evening, okay, they started to cook the Passover lamb. Okay?
The Passover lamb was cooked before the evening. It was consumed at
14th day. This is where we get in confusion with
let's turn it. We don't need to get it. Let's turn there. Let's turn to Exodus 12.
I know what it says, okay?
Well, what verse you want?
Again, it's taken from the top. Read it from the top.
Well, read that.
Okay, and Yah spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak you unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, In the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
A lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation shall kill it in the evening. Okay? And that evening there, when you look up evening, again, it's got multiple definitions. And it's going to mean either sunset or night, dark. And you have to discern which one is applicable where you're reading it. Here, it's talking about sunset. When the sun set on the 14th day, they were still in the 14th day, like I said to you before. They started cooking the Passover lamb. Passover hadn't started yet. Okay? The definition of Passover is when Yah passed over the children of Israel and killed the firstborn man and beast of Egypt.
Yeah, I know what it means.
Well, I'm saying it for the record.
Okay.
It's not done though.
Okay.
Later on, okay?
All right.
So we can have total clarity.
Mm-hmm.
They had to start cooking the Passover lamb on the 14th day. They weren't eating it. Okay? You cannot eat meat with blood. It has to be done. So therefore, they couldn't wait until actual Passover happened and start cooking it, because that's going to take too long. Because they came out in haste. And as you see in chapter 12 here, the Egyptians were urgent upon them. When Yah dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt, Pharaoh rose up out his chair. They tried to, Esau in the translation, they tried to make you think he was in the bed. But it's talking about he rose up. He wasn't in the bed because it wasn't in the middle of the night like Esau implanted here.
Well, how are you sure that, well, it says midnight in the book?
It wasn't I know what it says in the book. This is what I was saying to you earlier about the other point.
But what other
okay, we gotta always remember who translated this book.
Okay, so why would they add that, and where are you getting your...
Now you asking me something that should be obvious when you understand who translated this book.
Well, you were saying something that was in the book.
The descendants of Esau, the Malachi Edomite, is the only one that's translated this book. Anybody else translated, he got rid of those translations.
Mm-hmm.
All right? And he wants to confuse the reader in this book. There's a lot of errors in this book. Okay?
True.
And that's one of them when it says midnight. We know it couldn't have been midnight. That's the middle of the night. And at that time of the year, when it's basically spring, at the beginning of the year, what we know here in North America is April, when that time comes, middle of the night is like almost about 5 or 6 hours in. Okay? Because it gets dark around, if I'm not mistaken, around 6:30, 7 o'clock. Okay? So midnight, and it doesn't get light again till about that same time the next morning, maybe about 6.
Well, let's just stay focused on the point here, because I know...
Well, that is the point. The middle of the night would be like midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we know that they weren't still in Egypt 5 or 6 hours after it got dark. Okay? They came out in haste. If they were still in Egypt 5 or 6 hours after it got dark, at the beginning of the 15th day, I mean, how many loaves of bread can they prepare in 5 or 6 hours? See, I can cook. I done made bread, kneaded it with yeast. Okay? Mm-hmm. It only takes it like about an hour, a little better, to rise. Okay. Once you knead it down. So the point being is that they would make their bread the night before for the next day, and they were using yeast. Okay, so that's why he told them to make unleavened bread. We recognize it with unleavened bread because the bread did not have time enough to rise. Mm-hmm. When the bread was in the kneading troughs, when the Passover actually began, when the 15th day began, at night, okay, dark, that's when the 15th day began. Yah dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt. Pharaoh rose up out of his chair, like, oh, because they already had been told by Moses what was going to happen. And that Esau, when he translated the book, he made that a little cloudy, because he's kind of got it juxtaposed there. All right? But they always, Moses and Aaron always told the Egyptians, Pharaoh and the heads, and possibly some of those people, what was going to happen before it happened. That always has to be. That's what prophets do.
Okay, let's get back to the original point.
That is the point.
Hold on. You said that the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread was the exact same holy day. That was what brought us here.
Correct, because they start at the same time.
Okay, let's see if that's what.
And it lasts 7 days. That's why last time I took you to 23 Leviticus. It's a 7-day feast. Recognition.
That's the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. You start eating the unleavened bread on the first day of Passover. That's when you start eating the unleavened bread. And you can't eat anything with yeast or have any yeast in your borders for those whole 7 days.
The Feast of Unleavened Bread begins on the day after the Passover. The you eat unleavened bread with the Passover.
Again, that's your interpretation of it, Dave.
How many days are we supposed to eat?
7.
Okay.
That's why I took you to Leviticus 23. Go there and check it out. I took you there last time.
So you started
because you didn't understand, okay? And correct me if I'm wrong. Mm-hmm. You was trying to get 7 days into 8. You were saying that the Feast of Unleavened Bread started on the 14th day.
No, I said it started on the 15th day.
No, that's not what you said last time, but that's good what you brought this. Okay, you can change it now. It don't matter.
But that's what the scripture said.
No, what you said to me was,
if I said that in the
last time, is that the Feast of Unleavened Bread started on the 14th day.
I said the Passover started on the 14th day. And maybe I misspoke.
Okay. I know you said something started on the 14th day.
The Passover.
No, it doesn't. And I told you, no, it does not. It does not. What does and that's what you said, because this is what I said in response last time. What is the definition of Passover?
I'm just going to read verse 6. And ye shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month. Why the 14th day if the Passover isn't starting on the 14th day?
What is the definition of Passover?
The Passover is, like you said, when he passed over us to kill the firstborn of the Egyptians.
And when did he do that? What day did he do that?
We celebrate the Passover on the 14th.
What day did he do that? You got the book there, read it.
We take the lamb on the 10th day.
You keep going back on there. I asked you, what day did he kill the firstborn man and beast of Egypt? That's the question.
Well, let's look it up.
You right there. You in chapter 12.
Okay, let's read it. He said, and Yahudah spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, the month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month they shall take to them every man a lamb according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for an house. And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your count for the lamb. Now,
keep going, David.
Okay.
You were further than you had to, but keep going.
I just want to cover everything.
I said, that's what you just keep
your
reading.
lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. Ye shall take it out from the sheep or from the goats, and ye shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and strike it on the 2 side posts and on the upper door posts of the houses wherein they shall eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roast with fire.
Say what now? You want to read that again? A third time? So maybe it'll sink in this time.
And they shall eat the flesh in that night.
That night. Okay, night is dark. And that's the beginning of the day, the 24-hour period.
Where are you reading that at?
Again, David, how many days is in the Passover? It's 7, right?
No, see, that's what your problem is.
No, it's not my problem. It's yours. When we go to Leviticus, that's why we went to Leviticus 23 before, where it says the Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, consists of 7 days, not 8.
It's
And
7
if you
days, right?
start counting on the 14th day, what you're saying to me, what you said before, is no way that you can get 7 days only between 14 through 21. That's 8 days.
Because that's why the Feast of Unleavened Bread doesn't start until the 15th. Because the 14th is the Passover. That's why nothing is supposed to be left in the morning.
Like I said to you, David,
You count from the
what is
15th
the
to the
definition
21st.
of Passover? What did he do? He dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt and passed over
We know
the
that.
children of Israel. What day did he do that on? It wasn't the 14th day.
Well, first of all,
No, it ain't no first of all. That did not happen
so
on
you're
the
saying that
14th day.
So when
Did it not?
when does the Passover start?
Don't keep quibbling. I asked you a direct question. Deal with what we got on the table here.
Yeah, I'm dealing with it.
When did he actually drop the firstborn man and beast of Egypt and passed over the children of Israel? Was that on the 14th day or the 15th day?
We celebrate the Passover on the 14th day.
So you're not answering the question. You're being
It was on
evasive.
the 14th.
You're being evasive. That
Let me
was
read it right
not on the
Let's
14th
read it.
day.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, which is the 14th.
That's
right?
no. Okay? Where are you getting that from? Where does it say it's the 14th day?
Hold on. Let's read it. And you shall, let me just start from 6. I'm going to read up to the point I left off. And you
No,
shall
you ain't gotta go back there. Go to 8 where you were. That's the self-explanatory.
and ye shall eat in the flesh in that night, which he's talking about the 14th.
Roast with fire and unleavened bread.
Right.
Okay, when did they do that?
That was on the 14th.
No, it was not.
They eat
Where you
unleavened
get
bread
that from?
with the Passover.
They just,
But the
we
Feast
just,
of
I just
Unleavened
read
Bread,
that. That's in verse
but
3.
the Passover lamb was not supposed to last until the morning. Which
We're
would
not
have made it
talking about that. We're talking about actually when he dropped the firstborn of Egypt, beast and man. That is when he passed over the children of Israel. And that's when the children of Israel started to eat the Passover lamb.
Mm-hmm.
When that night after it got dark, which was the beginning of the 15th day. The Passover is from the 15th through the 21st, which is 7 days.
So you're saying the Passover starts on the 15th?
I'm not saying it. The book is saying that's the law. That's what he's saying in this book.
Let's do this. Turn to Numbers, the 9th chapter. We can come back here too, but let's turn to Numbers chapter 9.
Call from wireless caller.
So remember what you just said. You said that the Passover was on the 15th day of the month. Is that correct? Is that what you just said?
Passover starts on the 15th day through
Okay.
the 21st.
Let me show you this. This is the 9th chapter of Numbers. I'll start from the top. And Yahudah spake unto Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the first month of the second year after they were come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at this appointed season, in the 14th day of this month. In the 14th day of this month at even,
Okay, that's the key right there,
ye
David.
shall keep
That's the key right there, David.
14
and before. When?
14th day at even.
And what did you just say?
14th day
At when?
at even. So you're saying,
So what does it mean when it says even, David? Isn't that when night falls?
Yeah.
Okay,
But it's saying the
so
14th
on the
day.
14th day, when it gets dark, it's the 15th day.
but it's not saying that, Yahudah. You're
That
adding
is
that.
exactly what
Why
it's
doesn't it
saying.
say the 15th then?
Because, David, I'll
Right.
say it to you again. I'll explain it to you again. Are you listening?
Y'all catch that question I asked him?
You're right. Why didn't it say the 15th?
Right, right. You trying to say, well, just because it said even, then automatically we supposed to take from that's the 15th day. Why didn't it just say the scriptures aren't about confusion?
Right.
It says clearly there what?
14th day.
14 day at even. So if he's trying to make that the equivalent of 15, why doesn't the scripture just say 15 day? That's my
Right.
point.
Exactly.
Right?
It's saying clearly that this is still the 14th day. It's just evening.
Exactly. That's the point I'm making to him. But anyway, it gets very good.
The point is when you read here in Exodus chapter 12, it says on the 14th day at evening, okay, which means sunset. Remember what I said to you earlier?
Mhm.
Okay. That was sunset. It's still the 14th day. That's just like now. When this sun goes down, it's still the 25th.
Mhm.
All right? Because there's no clouds in the sky, you got about 55 minutes of light left before it actually becomes the 26th day. When the last little bit of light disappears over that way, because that's where the sun sets now, when that last little bit of light goes out and it's black from east all the way over the west, that's the beginning of the 26th day. And that's what it's saying here.
Okay,
On the 14th day at even.
but that's
He's
not the
saying
15th day.
on the 14th day, you get it? On the 14th day at even. That's when the Passover begins. But that's the 15th day.
Okay, well, let's establish this, because let's take it from the top and find out when the day starts. Because I think what's happening is, and this is why people take Genesis, the first through the fifth chapter, first through the fifth verse out of context, because it says in the evening and the morning was the first day. You're taking that to mean that that's when the day started. Let's go to Genesis. Let's establish this from the beginning. Because the scriptures that I'm going to show you, there's no way that none of our days started in the evening. And I'm going to prove that. But the first thing I'm going to do is go to Genesis chapter 1, and I'm going to show you what the error is and what you've been doing when it comes to when the day starts. It says, in the beginning, the strong one created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the spirit of Elohim moved upon the face of the waters. And Elohim said, let there be light. Once he said, let there be light, that was your first day. You start calculating the night as part of the day. He said, let there be light, and there was light, and he saw the light, that it was good, and Elohim divided the light from the darkness. If you're going to say that the evening begins a new day, you're trying to put darkness and light back together. He divided them. Once it becomes dark, that is the beginning of night. If you're saying that it begins a new day, then when does night begin? Yahudah? When does night begin?
One and the same thing, man.
So day and night is the same?
No, I didn't say that.
I'm asking you a
That's
question.
not what you
When,
asked.
I asked you when does night starts.
And night.
That's what he said.
In that spot, Genesis chapter 1, like I said to you earlier, evening can have multiple definitions. If you go into Strong's, you'll see that. It can mean either sunset or it can mean dark, night.
Well, it comes from the word ara.
I'm not going into where it comes from. I'm telling you what that definition says. You got to
I know
book
what
there,
it
go
says.
there and read it.
Okay, let's read it.
For your tape, for your copious notes.
Why you keep mentioning my tape?
Why not keep mentioning it? You brought it. Can I mention it when I'm not supposed to mention it?
Wait, you
the one brought it and put it out, right?
Yeah.
Then you bring it for your notes.
Of course.
I can't mention it.
You mentioned it like 4 times already.
I might mention it 4 or 5 times. What's the
If you
problem?
got a problem with it, I'll take it.
I don't have a problem with it. Well, you must have a problem with me mentioning it. You the one brought it.
Obviously, there's something wrong with it. I asked you before.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. If it was, I would have told you don't turn it on.
Yes, to answer your questions, I'm
All
doing
right
it for my
then.
notes.
So doing it for your notes, and that's why I said that. Now I might say it 6 or 7 more
It's
times.
redundant at that point.
That's right. The book is redundant.
But
And if you got a problem with redundancy, you don't need to be in the book.
I don't have a problem
Because the
with
book is redundant.
the book is redundant with a point, though. What's
That's
your
right. My point is the same thing. For your copious
But I
notes, so
already
you
did
can
that.
go back over and check it.
I'm gonna get
and
it back
hopefully you'll be able to get that light when you go back over, because you ain't getting it now. You didn't get it before. You kind of saw it when you was here before, but since then it rocked your world so now you done spent all this time trying to force steal this square peg in this round hole.
Yahudah,
The point is you're running over the word even. Look up the
We gotta
word
look it
even
up.
after you
I've
look.
already looked it up, but we'll look it up right now. We'll look it up right now, and then we'll deal with it.
Well, you're looking up evening now.
I'm looking up what it says here. Evening.
Right. Isn't that what I just said?
Right.
You're looking up evening, and then you look up even afterwards. 2 different words.
Okay, so evening is 6:153 in the Strong. So I'm going to read the full definition.
Sometimes they're different according to this book. Sometimes it's the same.
Okay. As it's used in Genesis chapter 1, it's Arab, which just says dusk and night. Day, even. That's it. All it says is dusk.
It just said everything in the first two words. Dusk is sunset. Night is dark. That's the next day. Now I'm saying it's the next day. But night is dark. Okay? Night is not dusk.
Right.
Dusk is sunset.
Yeah.
Night is dark.
Of course. But
So like I said, it can be either one. Evening.
right, but the bottom line is that we know, based on what it's saying here,
Based on what it's saying where?
right here in the book.
What you talking about in chapter 12, Exodus?
Oh, we're still in Genesis, brother. We're dealing, that's why I came here, right?
We were initially in Exodus chapter 12.
I know it. I came
You
here.
went to Genesis. It doesn't make any difference.
Okay, but I'm sure I
Because
was
it's
here.
evening over there in Exodus 12. And it's evening there in Genesis chapter 1.
Right. So
But
you're
it
saying that.
clarifies it in Genesis 1 because it tells you evening, then it says night. He called the evening night.
He said he called
the darkness night.
Right.
Right.
But this,
Night. N-I-G-H-T. What is that, David? That's dark, ain't it?
well, the evening, it says
What you
dusk.
having a problem with? I said night is dark, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then. And dusk is sunset.
Let's look up night.
Oh, no, let's look up even.
Well, let's look at night first because
Okay, look up night.
All right. So, on the night, Genesis 1 through 5, 1 and 5, it's 39:15 in the Strong's. I'm gonna hold that. I'm gonna go right back to it. In Hebrew, is Layela, which just is the same as it just says, what they give it says a twist away from the light, night, adversity, night season, clearly. There's no other definitions, just
Don't have
plain
to
light.
be. It says night.
So,
Dark.
okay, so there's a distinction between the word night, Layela, and Arab. Arab has an also definition meaning dusk. Night is where he says that it just means night. It just means dark. It has nothing to do with dusk or anything, so there's a distinction there. Clearly, night and evening, as it relates to Genesis chapter 1, are two different concepts. You can't put them together. That's why when you go down,
David.
he said that he separated the light from the
I
darkness.
said earlier, evening can have one or two of, it's got two definitions. You got to choose the one that's applicable to where you're reading. I said that from the beginning. When
Okay.
you go back over your copious notes, you're going to hear I said that.
I heard you say it just
Okay.
now. So what?
So like I said, when you go back over your copious notes, you'll see I said that earlier. Okay, evening can have one or two definitions. It can mean sunset or it can mean dark, night. Okay? Now, when you just looked up night, okay, night is dark all day long.
Right.
Now there's going to be two different words in regards to the Hebraic term.
Okay, so
All
what's
right?
your point though? You're saying that
My point again is I've been saying all the time. Okay, you keep messing up. You still ain't looked up even.
I'm about to look up
Okay,
evening.
well look it up.
But I'm just trying to be clear on this because are you saying that the evening here is saying night as opposed to dusk?
It tells you that darkness. He called the night. Read it.
He said he called the night, not evening.
Read it. I understand, but it's going to say evening right after that, isn't it?
Hold on.
The evening and the morning was what? the first day.
So let me ask you,
and it's going to do that all the way through the first 6 days.
now you do know that that's part of the translation, that this is the only Bible that does that. The King James, in the Hebrew, it doesn't say
I
that.
said to you when you were here before, and I'll say it this time again for your notes, your copious notes. See, I'm saying it again.
I hear you.
All right? The King James Version is the best translation, and that's the one to be read.
That's false.
It's the only book, that translation, that fulfills Isaiah 51 verse 5, the top line.
How can you say it's the best translation when you go to Isaiah? You go to Isaiah chapter 7 and they use the term virgin when it should be Beulah,
Again.
which just means young girl.
Again.
The Tanakh.
You see that, right? Now, he don't believe in the Tanakh, by the way. But you see, he says that this is the best translation, which is wrong. He even admitted himself earlier that there was errors, right? Now, I corrected him by saying that, even though I kind of got the word wrong, I said Beulah is really Alma. So like I said, even back then, it was a few years ago, I still seen some of my own errors. But I was right. I used the wrong word. It was supposed to be Alma. But I told him I said, because I looked it up already, I said that in the King James, they say virgin. I said, but in Tanakh, it says what it's supposed to say, young girl.
Yeah.
Young maid or whatever. But it wasn't denoting that she was a virgin. That's what throws you off. But he keep harping on the fact that this is the best translation. And I'm like, no, it's not. And that's why I brought out the point that this, even in the morning, that you understand, that wasn't giving you the chronological order.
Right.
If this is the best translation, then as a people, we are wiped out, because if you have a flat nose, you're not supposed to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Black people in the world.
But now you heard him say that. He said this is the best. It says it's not the best translation. He quotes Isaiah 51 as a means to justify. He says, well, because over there it says that his righteousness is near, and he said he takes that to mean that the word has to be near everybody. You're gonna hear him say that, but when you're having a complex discussion like this, we go over to different things. So that's one of the points he's starting to bring out now.
It seems like the brother's being condescending, and because he's been debating much longer than you, and he's very good at debating. But ultimately, for the purposes of a Hebrew Bible class, for me, the debate should be, okay, look at this scripture, and then we read that. All right, you have something to contradict that. Let's go to this scripture.
That's what I'm doing.
Let's
If
go
you
to this.
notice,
I noticed.
you're going to see that the scriptures are coming from me.
Yeah, and
If you haven't noticed already, but in the course of this, you're
over
going to see where all the scriptures coming from. But yeah, that's how I approach it, But anyway.
Version,
No.
okay,
That's totally incorrect.
is translated in over 2,000
so is the New
languages.
Testament.
It
So is
doesn't
the-
mean anything to you.
The New Testament is more ubiquitous.
We
than
can't
that.
talk at the same
But
time.
I'm just saying. Let's get to the point, because we're going to go off into different things. I'm going to look up even.
So I'll say it again. The King James Version is translated in over 2,000 languages. No other translation can make that statement. So therefore, according to Isaiah 51, verse 5, the very first line, when Yah says, my righteousness is near. So therefore, his righteousness is his word. Okay? The only book that is near everybody on this earth is the King James Authorized Version, because it's the only one, again, that's translated in over 2,000
Why does it have to be near everybody?
languages.
It's supposed to be near Israel, right? Just
It
because
has to
it's
be
ubiquitous.
near everybody, because y'all said it would be near.
You didn't say.
Okay.
You said it's near.
It's near.
He
He
probably
says,
talking
my
about-
righteousness is near
Near.
everybody on the earth.
But again, just
Because
because
it's
it's ubiquitous.
translated in over 2,000 languages. Nobody has any excuse why they can't read Yah's word. Not only that, when Yah starts to lift up his movement that represents him and brings the other two sisters into view, and this is brought out to the people, they have access to where they can go and get the King James Version, or better said, Yah's righteousness, and read it and be able to see, oh, this is what that's talking about, because it's in their language. They have no excuse No other translation can make that statement.
Okay, let's just move on.
And it's some other points too.
Let's move on. You're saying that you want me to look up even. Okay, I meant even. What? Because there's many definitions for even.
Right.
What specific one do you
Just
want?
read it. Read the
Which
definition.
one? I'm looking at 4 different ones.
Read the definition. Go to all 4 if you want. Read
I don't want to go to all 4. I want to go to
Well,
one
why
that's
not?
Well, one of them is giving me the same definition as even.
Go to the one in Exodus chapter 12.
Okay,
Go to that one.
Okay, let's deal with that one then.
And then when you finish with that one, go to that other place where you went in Numbers.
Now, which verse in Exodus 12?
Where it says even.
In Exodus 12, it says in many different places. There's
Okay.
3. They give
Right.
you one.
Well, I'm talking about the one that, wait a minute, I'll give it to you in a second. Matter of fact, it doesn't even say it like that. Here it says night and it says evening. Okay? So what you do, go to that one you just pulled up in Numbers. What was that?
Well, no, I mean, I'm going where you said. You told me.
I'm saying, now you going where I'm saying. I'm saying, what was that you just pulled up to try to prove your point? Numbers, where did you go?
I took you to Numbers 9.
Okay, well, go there again
Okay.
and read that spot you just read. Because I heard it there. I was thinking it was here, but I forgot it's just evening here. That's what I said.
Okay.
It's got 2 different meanings. You got to be able to pick the one in the middle.
All right, well, let's
And
go
as a
back.
matter of fact, I think it's going to say it here. I just got to come back and
All right,
find
when
it.
you find it, let me know. But I'll
No
go back
problem.
to
I'll let you know.
I'll go back to Numbers 9. Okay, in Numbers 9.
Read that spot that you just read.
In Numbers 9?
That you just read earlier.
Okay, let me look it up. Okay, that's let me go back. Okay, so even in here is giving you the same definition as evening, which is night. It's 61:53.
Okay, so that's my point again. Now go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 18. And look up that even. And it's probably going to be the same thing.
Okay, Exodus 12 and 18. Yeah,
Same
one.
number.
Same one, right?
It means night.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so your
That's
point.
the point. Night is the beginning of the next day. And that's what you keep missing. When it says on the fourth, and when it says it is, and you just ain't seeing it, David. I can't make you see it. If y'all not allowing you to see it, he's just not allowing you to see it. It says on the 14th day at even.
Uh-huh.
That's when the Passover began. And we know that the Passover starts on what day? The 15th day. And it goes all the way through the
Show me
21st.
that in the scriptures what you just said. What it says specifically the Passover starts on the 15th day. I need to see that. Because everywhere I'm looking, it says the 14th day.
Right. Same verse. Verse 18. It's going to say in the first day, in the first month, should I say, on the 14th. You see that? On.
Where you at?
I'm in verse 18 in chapter 12 Exodus. It's saying the same thing in that spot where you just went in Numbers.
Mhm.
The key is what you missing is when it says even, it says at night. When it says, I'm going to read it, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even.
Okay.
So that means, just like I said to you earlier, this is the 25th day, okay, of December.
Right.
All right. At even is when it gets dark. And that's the beginning of the 26th day. All right? Like I said, it's going to say right here in verse 18, in the first month, on the 14th day of the month at even, you shall eat unleavened bread until the 1 and 20th day of the month at even. Okay, so let's just go back from 21 and we're going to count 7. Because we know the Passover goes 7 days. 21.
The Feast of Unleavened Bread goes 7 days.
Passover and unleavened bread is the same thing.
Okay, that's what you're saying.
Okay? Because Passover is not what I'm saying. That's what this book is saying. Passover is when Yah dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt at the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. They was eating unleavened bread, and he dropped the firstborn man and beast at the same time. That's why he told them to start cooking the Passover lamb on the 14th day at evening when the sun went down. You cannot eat flesh with blood. When you're talking about 50, 60, 70 pounds of meat, it takes a good hour to roast that. You can't just start cooking that soon as it gets dark, soon as the Passover begins, and expect that to be done within an hour. It might take a little bit more than an hour. All right? That's why he said they were going to eat it in haste with their shoes on their feet, their coat on their back, their staff in their hand. Because when he dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt, Pharaoh sent for Moses. And when Moses came, he told him, take everything, get out of here, send his men with him. What does it say here? That the Egyptians were urgent upon them. So it was all in haste. From the time that it got dark, even, night, dark, that's the beginning of that 15th day. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's 7 days. We know that the Feast of Unleavened Bread, Passover, is at the beginning of that. It's the one that Passover triggers. The Feast of Unleavened Bread. It's all the same thing. It's all in that same thing. All right? You can't have Feast of Unleavened Bread without Passover. That's what triggers it. And it starts at the beginning of the 15th day. That's why it says on the 14th day. It was already in the 14th day. It says on it. At even. Now it's beginning of the 15th day. That's why every place where you go is going to say the 14th, on the 14th day at even. At even. That's the trigger. That lets you know that now it's the 15th day. It's no longer the 14th day.
Okay, let's run with that. So I get that. So you're saying that the evening always starts a new day.
I didn't say evening.
I'm trying to understand.
I said even.
Even.
There is no equivocation in that. You just looked it up in 2-3 different places. Even means night, unequivocally.
No, evening means night.
You just looked up even. When you go back over your notes, you'll hear it. Mm-hmm. You just looked up even in about...
I think I actually made an error there. I said evening means night. It doesn't. Evening, when you look it up, it has a definition of dusk is the primary definition, and then night is one of them. Later on, you're going to see, because he's saying that even only means night. That's what he's. I'm going to later on prove that's false into the discussion, but that's his position now. Sounds kind of confusing, right? That it's evening. He feels that evening could be dusk or night, but he says that wherever he sees even that it means night. That's the difference. So I've kind of misspoke there when I said, well, evening means night. No. Evening can represent, it primarily means dusk. I'm going to correct myself later in this thing, but I guess I misspoke right there. I just want to point that. Like I said, I'm unbiased. I'm listening, like, even because I know more now than I did back then. Like I said, this was a couple years ago. I was still at the old class when I had this debate. But I had to point that out.
I'm wondering when he's going to show us where the Almighty mentions the 15th day.
I'm zeroing in. The one thing I did do is I kept harping on that. He never did. That's a good question, but watch it. Like I said, it gets good.
I'm also wondering why, back in first chapter of Genesis, then why did the Creator call the light day?
Exactly. He never called the darkness night a day, right?
I'm wondering when is this.
But he's going to explain later how what he considers a day. Like he counts a whole 24-hour period. That's what he does. And I'm like I said, it's going to get very interesting. As we go on with this.
Okay, one of them is here in 12:18 Exodus. Another one is in chapter 9 Numbers, whatever verse that was.
It's the same definition as evening.
I said no, it's not. Because it's not evening. As I said, I'll say it again. When you go over your notes, you'll hear it.
Right now.
Evening got 2 different definitions. One is dusk. and one is night.
That's true.
It can be either one. You have to.
That's what I said earlier. That's true what he just said. Now what he's wrong is he says this even, it only means night. That's his position. Okay, and he means, and when it says that, then he thinks it's a whole other day. That's the whole basis how I'm disagreeing with him on.
When it's applicable where you're reading. That's why I spotted you Exodus chapter 12 when it says on the 14th day at evening they started getting the Passover lamb prepared. Because that's sunset. That wasn't even dark. You got to discern that when you look at that. See, when it says evening there, it's talking about at dusk.
So
when the sun went down.
According to your understanding, when does a day start and when does the night end?
That's self-evident. If the 15th day started when it got dark, I said this to you before when you was here.
But I still haven't seen that. But
I know you can't see it, but like I told you, I can't make you see it.
Let me give you some scriptures that
there are no scriptures. You did that before.
No.
That doesn't change this.
No.
Okay, that's why I took you to Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 1. All right, it's still here in this same chapter. It's in the same chapter 12. Over here in 42, it is a night to be much observed unto Yah. For bringing them out from the land of Egypt. This is that night of Yah to be observed of all the children of Israel in their generations. Night, not daytime, not sunset, night, dark.
That's for that particular holy day.
No.
Do you understand why?
It's no way that you're going to have a 24-hour period begin at night at Passover and it doesn't begin at night the rest of the 364 days.
He's telling you that the day started in the night.
The brother lost me when you said, let me give you some scripture. Well, at that point, as an Israelite, it's time to shut up. It's okay. Okay, let me give you some scripture. That's it. But he said, let me give you some scripture. He said, there is no scripture.
Right. Okay. But I'm going to prove there are scriptures.
Yeah.
But okay.
Just like with the Day of Atonement. Just because the Day of Atonement was to begin it even on the 9th day, even though it was on the 10th day, what we supposed to, which was the Day of Atonement, was the 10th day of the 7th month. It started at even on the 9th day.
And that is the beginning of the 10th day, David.
That's what you're saying.
That's what it says. That's what it's saying.
It's not telling you when the day is starting. It's just telling you when that particular holy day starts. See, you confusing both different topics.
David, I don't know what else to say to you.
Well, let me ask you this question.
Between you and the Most High, brother.
Between me, you
have to keep on doing it the way you do it. That's why last time you was here and you told me how you do the Sabbath. That's the first time you told me how you do the 7th-day Sabbath. And you say you deal with it from sunrise Saturday to sunset Saturday. And I'm like,
so that's when I was in the class. I had already started teaching y'all the Sabbath at this point. I hadn't broke away yet, but that's what he's referring to. And another note, this is kind of historic because in this discussion, you're going to see how we're going to refer back to how he kind of did kind of prompt me to go and set this up. So that's why I still respect him, even though we have obviously disagreements. Because remember, my whole objective was never to break away from that class or try to be, set up a separate class or anything. I was just trying to bring the truth there. I wasn't trying to take over none of that. But he made it clear to me. He said, well, and the Most High used him to wake me up to what I was supposed to do. He said, that's his thing over there. You got to go do your thing. And, but I probably have a lesson on that. And he's going to refer back to that. Because like I said, I think almost months before we had this discussion. Because we used to talk, even though it seemed like we got a lot of conflict, we used to sit down and have good discussions. And it's just like I said, when you have good relations with people and then you bring something you don't agree with them on, then you create conflict. That's what happened to me with the old class. That's what happened to me with the House of Israel. At first it's like brother Dick. Because like I said, he invited me to, like I said, I met him in the bank. I was going to reach out to him because I seen him on some of his videos, but I never got around to it. And he came to my bank. I was like, this must be the Most High. He sent him in. And so I would go up to the brother, and then we talked on the phone. Then he invited me to his house. And he even told me that I don't invite anybody here, everybody. So we had a very good rapport. But then he started getting sour as I started showing. And like I said, I did respect him because he helped me see some things, and I was returning the favor. But you see the resistance. What you get, because like he said, he's older than me. He is my elder, but I ain't respecting persons. I'm trying to help the brother. I'm gonna be saying that throughout. And he gonna be like getting defiant. I don't need your help, blah blah blah. Because he's still kind of he's still on his own thing. And like I said, with somebody like him, the Most High did show him a lot on his own. He has an enormous amount of knowledge. So sometimes that perverts people. You understand? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah. As far as Yahudah, was he like born into the truth, or like did he like was he going to church and stuff before he came into the truth?
Yahudah's story was that because he is an older man, so he came about it just back in the 60s or something like that. When towards those first movements, he was kind of like, he told me a little bit of, because like I said, we used to talk a lot. He told me about how he came into everything, and he was out in the world doing stuff, and somebody approached him about the truth, and he kind of dismissed it for a while. But then in the 70s, because he was out there, kind of bad doing stuff, and then he was just kind of in and out of it, kind of. And then eventually, the Most High, for what he said, just showed him that this was the path he was supposed to go on. And and what I like about what he said was he totally went into it 100%. So he started reading and researching, studying on it. He never went to nobody's class per se. So he, just like with his whole idea of what to name his organization and all that, he literally went in the book and saw that was the name that was supposed to be established. And like I said, he did that in 1986. I had no idea. I was a kid in 1986. I was sitting around playing with toys in 1986, right? So, and over there at that old class, we were never taught to look at these scriptures. We were taught negative things like, slavery and all that directly impacted us. But Yahudah was the first one I heard that really went into the scriptures and said the positive things and the blueprints that were there were things we were supposed to do. Just like when you set up an organization, the Most High left what you were supposed to do, hands on. So he went on his own and looked at that. He said he looked around, seeing that nobody else set up in Jeremiah 23, where it says the Lord our righteousness, but he says it's Yah our righteousness. So he said there was nowhere else. He said, so evidently I got to be the one to set it up. That's how he took a hands-on approach. That was unheard of at that old class. So when I came in contact with the brother, he was the first one to help me see that, wait a minute, we got to look at this directly. We got to apply. And then that's what he said. He going to even mention it. He said, well, because he said, well, you need to go off and do your own thing. And if you set it up, it's supposed to be Yahudah our righteousness or whatever. But I took it to another level because I went and said, well, if I'm going to do that, I'm going to make sure I'm setting it up right. And so I did my research. I didn't just try to mimic exactly what he did. I tried to find out what the actual truth was. So that's why we even have a little disagreement on what the name is. But anyway, I just want to give you that brief history. But yeah, that's a good question as far as, get a little bit of background on him. So yeah, like he said, that there is that kind of defiant. You're going to see it throughout but from my position, I'm looking at what Ezekiel 2, Ezekiel 3 says, whether they hear or forbear. Now I ain't doing this no more, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I told you I let it go, just like I'll never go back to that other class or don't deal with the house of Israel, or I just let it go. So that's where I'm at now. But them years ago, I had this debate. I was really trying to help him to see this.
Do you still speak with him?
We spoke. I sent him some information. He's still kind of, he's still kind of mad. I don't want to say he's mad, but he's like, it's like this. Just remember how the house of Israel was with me. Yeah, brother, come to the conferences. Yeah, we going to include you on everything. That's how he was with me. Yeah, come on by to the house and everything. But after these type of discussions, he's like, yeah, well, he's just trying to distance himself now. And I'm like, cool, brother. Ain't no big thing. We cool. So we it's whatever. I don't go talking to, because like I said, I don't have time anyway, like I used to, because I'm working on stuff myself. But we just kind of left it like mutual, like whatever, you doing your thing, I'm doing my thing. And that's the way it should be, because I'm not, like I said, I don't have time, and it's cool. We're gonna let the Most High work all this out. So that's basically where we left, kind of like how I left it with the house of Israel. I'm like, hey, y'all do y'all thing, I do my thing.
And that was like some years ago?
Last time I spoke to him was, I think this was actually the last, because it's gonna get heated. I think he actually, this is gonna get real heated towards the end. But and he gonna just walk away from the table. But anyway,
it looks like those brothers are not used to anybody being more well-read
right
than they are. So
yeah, that's a shell shock too. You know, just the fact that wait a minute, especially in that situation, because the Most High basically took me from being like over there listening to that to, I mean, imagine that, and they just so quick, and now I'm showing him stuff. It's like, that's, wait a minute, because the Most High, he took me so fast. It's just like, this say Lonzy over there was like a horse and carriage, like an old beat down horse and a broke down wagon.
Model T.
Yeah, not even a Model T. That's a car. He's a horse and buggy. Yahudah is like a railroad. He showed me how to lay down track and be he's like a steam engine. He's using coal power. At this point, I'm like a high speed train, like a bullet train or something. I'm still on the track, but I got electric technology or something like that. I'm on a whole nother level. But I'm still on the same track with him. I'm not on that horse and buggy. But I got off that wagon and now I'm on a bullet train. And I'm trying to show him some things. That's kind of mind blowing to people. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the credit to the Most High. I literally went from that, being over there listening to that fool, to where I am in a matter of less than 3 years. It took him 40 years to come to get to where he's at. So of course that's gonna take him back. He's like, well, who is this? Who are you to? Because it is that little kind of like, you know, why should I showed you stuff. You my younger. I'm your elder. How can you be telling me stuff? So he is kind of condescending. I'm probably coming off condescending to him. You understand? But I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know with me, I argue points. I'm not trying to make it be personal. And it is, like I said, we're gonna get heated. It's gonna get really hot. But I'm trying to stay focused on the word. So anyway, this a little sidebar, but yeah, we're gonna get back to it. But yeah, so that you know, Abiel's right for kind of pointing out these little dynamics like that, because it does make a difference on whether or not people will receive certain truths, because that's part of the whole psychological aspect of it. Okay. But yeah,
because that changes during the course of seasons. So does it? You understand? No. A 24-hour day, which consists of dark and light, that is a whole day. A 24-hour period, and that is that Sabbath. You only got 7 days in a week. You got 365 days in a year, unless it's leap year. Okay, so the way you doing it, I mean, you get 9 hours at this time of the year, okay, that you doing the Sabbath. In the summertime, you're doing it like 18 hours. Well, because the sun rises at what, about 5 o'clock in the summertime? Yeah. In the dead of summer? But you start and then it set, and then it set. It doesn't get even. I start Yah Sabbath at even, at dark. But listen to your point. It's the same all through the year. In the summer, it doesn't that's not what I'm talking about. Yes, you what I'm talking about. Even until later. Don't tell me what. I'm going to explain to you what I'm talking about. If you can be quiet and listen. I've been listening to you for the past 30 minutes. No, now you're lying. Now you're saying I've been talking 30 minutes and you haven't said anything? I haven't said much. I've been letting you do the majority of the talking. Well, you go ahead and talk, and when you get through, I'll pick it up again. Okay, let me ask you a question. How is it when we go into Exodus 20, when he first gave it the Sabbath, he said 6 days we have and we can do our labor. 6 full days, right? If you have 6 days where he's telling you you can do your labor. If, for example, you're working a 9 to 5, let's say you start working your job at 9 o'clock in the morning and you work until 5 in the evening. The Most High said you have 6 days, not 5 and a half, not 5 3/4. You have 6 full days. If you start working Sunday, and if you work until Friday, and you say, because like you just said, in the winter it starts getting dark. It could get dark at 4 or 5 o'clock. If I'm working my 9 to 5, I start my work at 9 and I'm off at 5. I'm doing that every day of the week. When it comes to Friday, if I keep the Sabbath, when you start it, I'm breaking the Sabbath because it's already dark at 4 and I'm not even off work yet. If you keep the Sabbath... What are you talking about, man? You listen, when the Sabbath day comes, you don't work. What are you saying? You get 6 days to work. Totally inane. How is it inane? It's inane.
if you get 6 days.
What are you talking about when you start working?
No, when do you stop working? He said
You start working before that 7th day begins, which it begins at even. It's still a 24-hour period.
So how does that work?
Those previous 6 days is 24 hours.
Well, you okay?
So what are you talking about?
No, I'm gonna explain to you what
You
I'm
ain't
talking about.
explaining it. You just explained it. It ain't making no
Because
sense.
you're not seeing it. If you
I see what you're saying. What you're saying, you implying is you just doing with the daylight hours.
No,
Well, I made a mistake there. I am just dealing with the daylight hours. But I was so disagreeing with. I'm going to explain it. But yeah, I am dealing with the daylight hours. Did y'all kind of catch what I was saying? Because I'm dealing with what's considered working days. I'm going to later on get scripture on that. But yeah, he's saying that it's whole 24-hour period. He thinks that you can work that whole 24 hours. But I'm thinking, well, no, we have designated working days. So yeah, that is what I'm dealing with, the working. I'm going to clarify it later. But, you know.
Yeah, that's how you bringing it.
listen. If you are working the 6 days that the Most High said you can work, He said you work 6 days that you have. On the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest. If you are working, just say you're working during the daylight hours. You're working a 9 to 5. I've used that as an example. Follow me along. You work from 9 in the morning, 5 in the evening.
No, what you're doing is you're saying that if a person's got a job that goes from 9 to 5, right?
Yeah.
And it gets dark on the 7th day at 4:30.
Okay.
They still be at work.
No. I'm saying.
What are you saying?
That's the evening of the 6th day. You're keeping your Sabbath at the evening of the 6th day, not the 7th day. How are you keeping a 7-day Sabbath when you're starting it on the evening of the 6th day?
I'm not starting on the evening.
When do you start your Sabbath?
I started at even.
At even.
On the 6th day at even, that's the beginning of the 7th day. The same thing what it's saying here in chapter 12 Exodus. The same thing what it says over there in Numbers. Chapter
So how do you get your 6 days that the Most High said you can work?
What are you talking about how I'm getting them?
If you were working 6
What are
days
you talking
a week.
about how I'm getting them? When it gets dark, Saturday, what they call the 7th day here in captivity, when it gets dark like it did last night, okay, now that's the beginning of Sunday.
We're talking about when the Sabbath starts.
I said when it ends, when it ended last night, when it got dark, the 7th day Sabbath ended. Okay? Now the first day began at dark. Okay, when it gets dark here tonight, that'll be the end of that first day of the week. That'll be the beginning of the 2nd day. When it gets dark Monday, that'll be the beginning of the 3rd day. When it gets dark Tuesday, that'll be the beginning of the 4th day. When it gets dark Wednesday, that'll be the beginning of the 5th day. When it gets dark Thursday, that'll be the beginning of the 6th day. When it gets dark Friday, that's the beginning of the Sabbath again.
That's wrong.
That's how you see it.
So how did our ancestors work? Did they work from in the evening? Did they start their work in the evening? I'm asking you a question.
I don't know. Maybe some of them did.
Well, let me
it all
show
depends
you.
on what they were doing.
Let me show you something. I'm gonna take you a few places. I'm gonna read Psalms 104. I want you to pay close attention to this. This is Psalms 104, verse 22. The sun arises, they gather themselves together and lay them down in their dens. Man goeth forth unto his work and to his labor until the evening. So how is it that you can begin a Sabbath, which is supposed to reflect the day that we take off from work? You started in the evening when that's when we cease from working anyway.
Like I said, some work is done. You can only do it in daylight hours. Some work is done at night. Like I
We're talking about working.
Like I mentioned to you earlier. Okay?
Let me give you another scripture.
Okay. I can't say anything.
I'm just okay. I'm using
like I said. Well, that's what you're seeing right here.
Okay.
In chapter 12.
Make your point.
Exodus.
Make your point.
All right. The people didn't have time to let the bread rise. Making bread is not work. They made the bread the night before for the next day.
What was the meaning of the Sabbath?
I asked you a question. Making bread is not work. Cooking is not work.
That's not the work that he's talking about with the Sabbath. He's talking about our daily work. That's what the Sabbath reflects.
Does it say that in that song where you went? Does it say Sabbath?
No, let me show you
All
something.
right, it doesn't say Sabbath. That's your interjection.
Hold on, let me show you where it does say Sabbath.
It doesn't matter. They did some work at night. They did some work in the day, because some work can only be done in daylight hours.
Do you know what the Sabbath? What's the meaning behind the Sabbath?
It means to rest, rejuvenate, reflect.
From what?
From your daily labors or your daily chores.
Exactly.
Right.
Let me read something to you.
Right.
Ezekiel 46, verse
Read
1.
it.
Thus said Yahudah Elohim, the gate of the inner court that looketh toward the east shall be shut 6 working days, but on the Sabbath it shall be open, and in the day of the new moon it shall be open, and the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate, and shall stand by the post of the gate, and the priest shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offerings, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall be shut until the evening. So how is it that the Sabbath starts in the evening when it says that the gates are shut at the evening, and it's reflecting 6 working days? Not some other little work you can do at night. He said working days.
No, working.
Everybody catch that point?
Yep.
So, actually, I'm hitting them with so many scriptures. If I was to focus in, and this is like I said, this was years ago, but how I would handle this now, I would have zeroed in on this. Because this right here shows you clearly that the gate is supposed to be shut for 6 working days. It's only open on the Sabbath and the new moon, right? Mm-hmm. So then it says that, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. So if the Sabbath begins in the evening or at night, how is that possible when the gate's supposed to be shut then? You understand?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So that I would have really stuck on this point. I didn't, because I had so many. See, I went in, I had so many scriptures, I wanted to get them all out. But if I would have took the time and just sat there and zeroed in on them, I am going to put his feet to the fire on a few of them. But I had so many, I just knew I wanted to hit them with as many scriptures as I could. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hour day.
You don't work 24 hours a day.
But you can work in those 24 hours,
That's
David.
not the issue. The issue.
What do you mean it's not the issue?
The Most High, when he made the heavens and earth, he was working during the daytime. That's why he
Does
said,
it say that?
Yes, because he said, "Let there be light." It was light.
Yeah. So what?
That's when he did his work.
That's not what that's saying. That's how you injected it.
So you saying he worked 24 hours a day?
He could have.
But he could have. We dealing with working days, Yahudah.
Yeah. Working day is 24 hours. You gonna tell me people don't work at night in a day? In a 24-hour period?
Working days is distinguished from any other day. That's why it says working days. If it was just a regular day.
Distinguished from the 7th-day Sabbath. That's what it's distinguished from. And you got 24 hours in every day. And when it says 6 working days, you can work any part of them that 24-hour period. Any part of it. Some things you cannot do at night. You can't work a field at night.
That's what our people did. They
did a lot of things, David. We're talking about a nation.
Yeah. So
I just brought to you where they cooked. You had bakers and whatnot. They cooked bread.
Let me take you to another scripture.
And they cooked bread that night for the next day. That's work.
Okay, well, explain this one for me then. If we're gonna go based on what you're saying, we're gonna.
Not based on what I'm saying. Is what the book. You can see. You want to say I'm interpreting. That's what you're doing.
I'm going.
And like I said, brother, listen. You keep doing it the way you doing it. That's what you do.
Brother,
you trying to help me. You trying to help me. You trying to help me.
Because Esau got you.
You see that?
I can just imagine his face when
you trying to help me.
Roger wanted to come across that table.
No, because Esau keeps it like many people keep it at sunset, like they deal with each day. I don't deal with sunset. That's incorrect. That's not what this book is saying.
So when do you start your Sabbath?
I just told you, and I'll tell you again. When you go back over your copious notes, you will hear that I've said this to you about 3 or 4 times previous.
Let me hear it again.
It starts at even. dark. Every 24-hour begins when it gets dark.
You start yours when it gets dark.
When it gets dark.
Okay.
That's the beginning of the next 24-hour period.
Okay, let's deal with when our ancestors were in the wilderness and we're dealing with the issue about the manna. And I want you to pay attention to something. This is Exodus chapter 16. I'm going to start at verse 10. And it came to pass, as Aaron spake unto the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness, and behold, the glory of Yah appeared in the cloud. And the glory of Yah spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread, and ye shall know that I am Yahudah your Elohim. And it came to pass that at even the quails came up and covered the camp, and the morning the dew lay round about the host. And when the dew that lay was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there lay a small round thing, as small as the hoarfrost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, It is manna. For they wist not what it was. And Moses said unto them, This is the bread which Yahudah hath given you to eat. This is the thing which Yahudah hath commanded. Gather it, pay attention to this, gather of it every man according to his eating, and omer for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in the tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did meet out with an omer, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. Now watch this. And Moses said, Let no man leave it till the morning. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank. And Moses was wroth with them. Now this is key. 21st verse. And they gathered it every morning. This was their job at that time. They gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot, it melted. Watch this. And it came to pass that on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread. Now, Yahudah, when were they gathering it?
They was gathering it in the morning,
okay.
Like you said.
Okay, watch
Daylight.
this. Right. So they were gathering it in the morning. That was their work. 6, they gathered twice as much in that morning on the 6th day. And it says, all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, This is what that which Yahudah has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Yahudah. Bake that which ye shall bake today, and see that which you shall see you receive, and that which is remaineth lay up for you to keep until the morning, which is when the Sabbath started. And they laid it up till the morning.
Does it say that?
Hold on.
Does it say that?
Let me read it.
Does it say that?
Let me finish,
Does
brother.
it say that?
Let me finish, brother.
No, it didn't say that, what you just said.
Let me finish.
But it didn't say that. You're not answering my question.
I haven't got to it yet.
Say that what you just
Let me
interjected.
read it, brother.
But you didn't say what you just interjected. Did it not? I'm asking a question. That's a yes or no.
It said that the morning is for them not to lay it up until the morning. And I want to show you what the Sabbath
I asked you, did that say that? And it didn't. Why don't you want to answer my question?
I interjected,
but
yes.
That's right. That's all I added. You added that.
But
Now keep reading.
Okay, let me finish. And Moses said, Eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahudah. They were in the morning. He said, Today is a Sabbath. Today is a Sabbath. Ye shall not find it in the field. So now you're saying
today is the 6th day was the Sabbath?
That was in the morning. Because look, they raised up.
They were getting twice as much on the 6th day.
Yeah.
Right?
And it said they shall not lay it up.
So now it's saying that today is the Sabbath, so the 6th day is the Sabbath?
Listen.
They were gathering twice as much in the morning on the 6th day.
Are you paying attention?
Is that right?
I changed.
Where you read?
See, that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't even
Where you read?
I'm on the 24th verse. Okay, let me finish.
Where are you reading?
The 6th day was in the 23rd verse. I'm in the 24th. And it says, and they laid it up until the morning. So it's morning now. This is the morning of the 7th day.
That's because they couldn't go out.
Right.
It was the Sabbath day.
Right, and that's what
And
he
the
said.
Sabbath day started that night before.
He didn't say that. Now you adding it.
I'm not adding anything. It's saying that in all these other
Let's
spots.
read it
A
together.
24-hour period begins in the
Are you
evening.
in Exodus 16?
Simple as that.
Turn to Exodus 16.
Yeah.
Put this together. And you show me where it says where the Sabbath starting to eat. What you just said. You
No,
show me what you
it
just said.
says it in these other spots I just said.
We're here now.
Okay, yeah, I know what
We're
we
here now.
yeah.
Okay, let's pay attention.
Okay, I am paying attention.
Okay.
Read it. Where are you?
I'm in the 23rd verse.
Okay, read.
Exodus 16. Pay attention. And he said unto them, this is that which Yahudah has said tomorrow. So
Okay,
we're
go
in the
back to
6th
the
day.
22nd verse.
I'll start on the 22nd.
That's where you gotta go, because so then it gets it plain what day they in.
Okay. Let's start on the 22nd verse. He said, and it came to pass that on the 6th day, so they on the 6th day, they gathered twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which Yahudah has said. Tomorrow, the next day, because we're still on the 6th day, is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Yahudah. Bake that which you will bake today, and sieve that which will sieve, and that which remaineth over lay up for you to be kept until the morning. Now, watch 24. And they laid it up until the morning. Now we're on the morning of the 7th day, and Moses bade, and it did not stink. Neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath. They were still in the morning of the next day.
That's the 7th day.
Right. So it's telling
It
you
was
right
the
here,
morning of the 7th day.
which is the Sabbath.
Correct.
Exactly. That's my point. So where do you
But
see that it started in the evening?
It's not saying that it started that morning either. It does, David, but it doesn't say that it started that morning. It doesn't say that.
He said tomorrow was the Sabbath, and we in the morning of the next day, and that's the Sabbath.
David, you know, like I said, brother, man.
This is plain, you.
No, it's not plain.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're interjecting, brother. Like I said, let me read it. Okay?
You read it, is it gonna be? What's gonna change?
Yeah, because maybe y'all let you see it if I read it. Maybe.
Brother,
Okay.
you're so hard.
I'm gonna pick it up at the 22nd verse. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered, and we know it's in the morning because that's when they went out. That's when it was there in the morning. Okay. Twice as much bread, 2 omers for one man, and all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which Yah has said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Yah. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you a question. When did they gather the bread? When was it there? When did Yah put it there for them?
They gathered it in the morning.
That's what he put it there, right? Every morning it was there. Correct?
They gathered it in the morning. Okay.
Every morning
Every morning,
the bread was there. Because when the sun waxed out, it melted.
Yeah.
So they can only get it in the morning.
So they got it in the morning, right?
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Is this, it says, no, I went down too far. No. Okay. He said, this is that which Yah had said. Tomorrow is the rest of the holy Sabbath unto Yah. Bake that which you will bake today, and they on the 6th day, and boil or sieve that which you will sieve, and that which remains over, lay up for you to be kept until the morning. All right? Because this is the 6th day. In the morning, they gather in twice as much.
I get that.
So now he's saying, take that that's left, hold that over till the next morning, because it ain't going to be there, and you can't go out no way, because it's the Sabbath of rest. You ain't supposed to go out. Let every man, which you read in 29th verse, abide in his place on the Sabbath day. You're not supposed to go out. All right? That's not saying that the Sabbath started on the 6th day. You're not saying that. It's not saying that, Dave.
I'm not saying that. So what are you talking about?
The Sabbath started at even.
Where are you reading that, Yahudah?
We just...
No, we're right here. Where is that at?
Well, where does it say it started in the morning? What's your point then? Why did we come here?
This is why we came here, Yahudah. They collected the bread in the morning, right? You get that part, right? He's saying that they're on the 6th day. He says that you should not gather it You're supposed to gather twice as much on the morning.
We just went over that.
You asked me a question. You're supposed to gather twice as much on the morning because you can't gather the morning of the next day because that's when the Sabbath starts.
We just said that.
Right. So there's a point I'm making.
No. Whoa. You just interjected again. You just interjected.
Well, they collected it on the morning.
You just interjected. You said because that's when the Sabbath started. You don't see that here.
You don't see it starting even either.
Again. But like I established in Exodus 12, Genesis chapter 1, it says at even.
That ain't got nothing to do with the Sabbath.
No, what it does is it's talking about when a 24-hour period begins.
That ain't what they're saying either, Yahudah. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
What ain't what saying?
You're so caught up in this that you can't see when the scriptures are contradicting you. Let's go to Exodus chapter 10 again. Let's go to Exodus chapter 10. And I'm going to show you why the Most High knows when the day starts, Yahudah. That's why
I didn't say he did.
Okay, I'm going to show you this.
So his understanding is that you're not supposed to go out on the Sabbath day.
Yeah, he's gonna keep trying to interject that, even though we're not even talking about that. But he's trying that. Yeah, that's one of the places what's the primary place he goes is Exodus 16, saying that we can't leave on the Sabbath. He's gonna talk about it later, and he's gonna try to coax me into a debate about that. But I'm like, I tried to stay focused on that. I said a few things, but I was trying to stay focused on this. But yeah, he's very adamant that you shouldn't go out on the Sabbath. And one of the reasons why is because he looks at what happened when they went out looking for the quails and all that, and he says that because they gave a command to every man abide in his house, that's supposed to translate into us not leaving. That's his belief on that. So,
yeah, that's why I know that Yahudah was, it says it, in the 28th verse, and it said, Yahudah said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my laws? So basically, he was so wroth with the people for going out gathering that he told Moses to tell them to abide in their house on the Sabbath
for that particular reason. Because just like if your child does something and you punish them, say go to your room, does that mean your kid got to stay in their room every day, or every, if it happened to be on a particular day? That doesn't mean that's a sign that throughout the whole generation they got to all stay in their room. And another point he misses is that our people were nomadic at that point. They lived in tents. Okay? He feels that somehow, and then that's why I go into Deuteronomy 23, where it talks about how the people had to leave the tents to relieve themselves.
Exactly.
So, but from his standpoint, yeah, we got modern plumbing and everything. You could stay in your house all day. But that's not something that our people did every time. I mean, even then, it would be humanly impossible, especially if he wants to keep his Sabbath from evening to evening. So you got all time of old people, young babies, all that. Y'all got to stay in tents from evening to evening. Nobody can leave their tents because they were living in tents back then. So you trying to tell me because of this punishment that the Most High put for that particular time, you got to take from that and say we all got to stay in our house on the Sabbath. But that's what but again, later on, he's going to try to get me into that discussion. I'm like, no, I let him talk, but I was trying to stay focused on the topic. But yeah, I found out some things now I didn't know back then as far as how to shut that down. Like I said, I hadn't discovered Deuteronomy 23 at that point because I never talked to him about that. I never asked him, well, how did they relieve themselves then? Because they lived in tents. They didn't have indoor plumbing. You do know that, right? Mm-hmm. They had to leave outside the camp. Mm-hmm. The Most High wouldn't let them even... They're in tents.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So they had to have latrines and all that outside the camp, all that. Mm-hmm. So you got to leave for that. And then you want to tell me they got to keep the Sabbath from evening to evening on top of that? Millions of people? Really? Kids, old people? That's not even practical. But anyway, yeah, but that's a separate thing.
Let me show you. You explain this to me then. This is what he told Pharaoh. Exodus chapter 10. I'm going to start in the 3rd verse. And Moses and Aaron came unto Pharaoh and said unto him, Thus said Yahudah Elohim of the Hebrews, How long wilt thou refuse to humble thyself before me? Let my people go, that they may serve me. Else, if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow, the next day, will I bring the locust into thy coast. Now let's find out
But
hold on.
You interjected again. It's quite naturally that if they were saying this to Pharaoh, let's say at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the day they went, or 12, or 10 that morning, or 3, all right, that day, when they said that to him. when he said he was going to bring the locusts tomorrow, that morning, that's when he brought them. It was the next day. But the next day started when it got dark. He's just saying the daytime, tomorrow.
You're adding that.
Well, you saying I'm adding, but I'm saying it's tomorrow.
Let me prove what you just said is incorrect. Right here in the same chapter. You said that it started that night, right? The whole new day started, right? Well, let's read what it says here. Verse 13. And Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and Yahudah brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. That was part of the same unit of time. It did not change days all that day and all that night. It was still the same day. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locust. The locust did not come until the next day.
Does it say that was all that same unit of time?
It says all
That's
that
what
day,
you're
all
saying.
that night.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying, that was all combined. In other words, you're saying that that's all the same 24-hour period. That
The locust did not come until the morning. Will you show me a place where the Most High said he was going to do something today or tomorrow? Show me some place where he said he's going to do something tomorrow and he did it that evening.
That's right.
You did not show me that.
We're not going to have a meeting of the minds on this, I see.
Because you start
So
going...
if you're saying that, like I told you when you was here before, you got to do what you see. Okay?
Yahudah, I'm asking you a
You
question.
got to do what...
Huh?
He didn't like that
Yeah,
question.
because that's what you see what they do, right? I put them in a corner. Well, you do what you do. That's what that fool over there told me. When I was trying to teach her, hey man, we got to teach the law. Well, you teach the law, I'm gonna do this. Man, no, man. We got to teach the truth. So you put them in a corner, and that's the first thing out their mouth. Well, you do your thing, I do my thing. That ain't answering my question.
Exactly.
He gets all. It's like when you ask him a question that like obviously contradict everything that he's talking about. It's like he finds a spin move tactic in some way, shape, or form. Whether it be him being the elder, or like the other time you can't help me, and this time it's just like he just finds that tactic to get out of that situation. But
But I'm dealing with facts and truth. That's all I deal with. I ain't got time for all that little side stuff. That's why you notice I'm hitting them scripture, boom, here's your question, here you go. That's how I approach it. Yeah.
As you said before, Almighty is the only truth.
Yep.
So when somebody interrupts me, I'm just reading, and they stop me, I'm suspicious. I'm
A couple of times, that
just stop
what
me
you're
in the
trying
middle.
to say was in the next verse, and you wouldn't even let you read it.
The brother Dawid wasn't even saying anything. He was reading.
Right.
Reading it straight from the book. And then when somebody stops me right in the middle, I'm just reading. I'm not giving you my opinion now. I'm saying, thus saith Yahudah. I'm reading it right there, and no, stop right there. I'm suspicious.
Yeah.
Funny as
Okay. But everybody got the question I asked them though, right? Okay.
Do that.
Okay? And I want you to do that.
I'm going to do that.
And I'm going to do what I've been doing here, and we're going to do what
Whether you
we've
hear
been
or
doing
whether
here.
you forbear,
All right?
I have to try to help you.
Again, brother,
I have to.
See, that's my motivation. Because I know what the Creator says. Because when the Most High come and judge people, that's what he covers all his bases. So he can't say nothing like if all these people, well, I sent my servant David to try to help you. Or they can't say, well, I didn't know. I didn't know. What you mean you didn't know? I sent my servant in there to try to show you. Right? He covers all his business like he did with our ancestors. He said he always going to send a prophet in. He always going to send somebody in to try to help the people. He covers himself. Even if you don't want to go. Like I said, a lot of times I ain't want to do certain things, but his wisdom, now I see, now I understand. So now I appreciate it. Even though I was reluctant to do a lot of things I did, I'm glad I did it. You understand? It was tough because it's tough going against Israel like this. These people, you see, look what I'm getting. Right?
Yes.
That's why he told Ezekiel, he said, be not afraid of their faces. They gonna give you some hard looks. He was aggressive. Like he said, old man, I know he ain't gonna do nothing to me, but he was aggressive. You understand? But the point is, that's what you're going up against. So who wants to deal with that? But the Most High, he said, no, you go in there. Because when I start judging people, they ain't got no excuses. Yep.
But we're not going to have a meeting on the minds there.
Because you've closed your mind to this.
That's what you're saying.
Yahudah, how can you
That's
look at this
what
and then say that the day starts in the evening?
Again, that's not saying that that's all the same one day.
Let me give you, okay.
The day itself.
That's
2 different days.
Okay.
If y'all saying. It's still going over into another day, another 24-hour period. It's not saying that it's all the same unit of time.
Let me make it, even though you didn't answer that, but let me give you.
I didn't answer what?
You're adding the fact, it's telling you clearly what happened. When did he say the locusts were going to come? Tomorrow, right? He said they were going to come tomorrow.
He started bringing them that when? That day?
No, that doesn't say that.
I'm saying, what does it say?
It says it came in the morning.
Uh-huh.
So that's when your new day came.
When did he tell them this?
He told them that
the day before, right?
Yeah.
And I said, if it's 12 o'clock, that afternoon,
what time of day
if it's 10 o'clock, it's got to matter. Now that doesn't make sense.
But your
that
point
doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
It doesn't. If it's saying that it's tomorrow, it has to be the next unit of 24 hours. Correct?
Well, you saying that the day starts in that evening.
I said, if he said that he was going to bring the locusts tomorrow, it has to be the next unit of 24 hours, correct?
When the day started, that's what
I said, if he said he was going to bring...
hours. It had to be the next, when the first day started, which in
tomorrow indicates it's going to be the next unit of 24 hours.
That's correct. That is correct.
So again, I say to you, if he...
I gave him false credit for that. That ain't necessarily true. Mm-hmm. But I kind of was interpreting him as saying, well, the next... Because I was still looking at the next day, the next unit of time. It didn't have to be 24 hours. I said that earlier, but now when he said it again, I kind of agree with it, but I was wrong. It doesn't have to be 24 hours, the next 24-hour unit of time. Because like I said, if something happens at night, when that morning comes, that's another day. Okay? And the thing that he's saying is that, well, that night constitutes a whole new day. So I'm like, no. It could be, just say if they came to Pharaoh at dusk before, even according to his belief that would have ushered in a new day that night. I said it's not 24 hours from that time. If they came at 5 o'clock from that time to the morning, that's not 24 hours later. You understand? But it still constitutes another day. If you look at it that way, it don't have to be 24 hours. Right. Period. Difference.
I'm waiting for an example of for the brother to show us where the Almighty says something's going to happen or anybody says it's going to happen tomorrow, and it happened that night.
That's what I asked him, right?
Right.
That was the bottom line question that he didn't answer. That would have exactly. That's why I hit him with. I said, well, you showed me, because then that would have ended it. Because then that would have proved his point right there. You showed me one place where he said, I'm going to do this tomorrow, and he did it that evening. You showed me that. Or anybody. But no, it can't even be anybody. See, that's why when I hit him with this scripture, the scripture is so powerful, because it can't be anybody, it has to be the Creator. Because this is the Creator right here. So he's the one that's saying, I'm going to do this tomorrow. And he started doing it when? That morning.
Right.
So you have to show me another plot. The burden of proof is on you now. Because I didn't show you to prove my point that the next day, as far as the Creator was concerned, he started doing what he said he was going to do that morning. So you show me where he turns around and said, well, I'm going to do something tomorrow, and he did it that night.
Yeah.
That's the only way to contradict what I said, because you can't use nobody else against the Creator. You got to say, well, you got to show me what the Creator did, because I'm showing you what the Creator did. Right. He's saying what he was going to do tomorrow, and he did it that morning. And the only way to defeat that is to show me another place where he said, I'm going to do it, and tomorrow, and he did it that night. That's the only thing that'll save you, and he didn't do that.
Moses said this to Pharaoh the previous day, during that day, or even, you understand, the night before. They were in that other unit of 24 hours. They went to Pharaoh. Generally, I would think his court was in the daytime. Okay? So when he said he was going to bring them tomorrow, right? Then that means when it got dark, that's the next unit of 24 hours. And it says he brought them that next morning. Isn't that right? Didn't the locusts come that next morning?
They come the next morning.
And then it came all that following night?
It doesn't say that.
It says he brought them all that morning. Doesn't it say that? No. And then the next night? It doesn't say that?
Hold on. Now, we're talking about when
it doesn't say that?
It says he brought the locusts that morning, but it was the east wind blew all that day and all that night.
Okay. And bringing the locusts, is that not right?
No, it was just an east wind blowing. The locusts did not appear until the morning. It doesn't say that the locusts came all that day and all that night.
It says, and Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and Yah brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts.
Right.
Okay, so he just brought the wind that day, the rest of that day,
And that night.
and then that night, put them into the next unit of 24 hours, and then the locusts actually came that following morning.
But it didn't say that. It said all that day and all that night.
Right.
Which was associated with the same day.
Does it say that?
That's why it says that. What do you think that means?
What does it mean? Let's look it up. It's a dictionary right behind
That day and that night.
you. You can look it up in your Strongs. What does that mean? I don't think they're going to have it in Strong's. So there's a dictionary right behind you with the rubber band right there.
Look up that. You don't know what that means?
No, I don't know what it means. Look it up.
Let's look up that.
Yeah, you got your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that if Moses came to Pharaoh to tell him what the Most High said was gonna happen, and here it says that and east wind came all that day would be the same day he spoke to Pharaoh, and all that night the same night he spoke to Pharaoh.
Right.
The same compass of the day, so that pretty much let you know that a day would include a night, but in that order, the day and the night, not the night and the day. Is
Right.
basically saying in that day when he spoke to him, so including them together, not the way he put the brother.
Exactly. See, so because what he's trying to suggest is that, or state clearly for his understanding, is that that night would constitute a whole nother unit of time.
Right.
And what I'm saying is no. That's why it says that. That day, that night. And then he's well, you don't know what that means. No, I'll look it up. Okay, we'll look up that. But that is an associative term, a demonstrative term where you're saying that. You're associating it with, you know. But that doesn't mean that. And what's so weird about this whole thing is that any other time he would try to associate a night with a day, but now he's trying to separate them. Because he says that day, that night. That's what the scriptures are saying. But he's trying to divide them. Because he wants that night to be associated with the next day. But the scriptures ain't saying that. The scripture says that day and that night. And when we look at what the Creator did, it falls in line with that premise.
Right.
Because he's saying he bring them locusts to the morning. Which, whole nother unit of time when you get to the day. Right?
Verse 4. I'm sorry, brother.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, read the verse.
Verse 4 it says, else if thou refuse to let my people go, behold, tomorrow will I bring the locusts into thy coast. And then verse 13 it says, and Moses stretched forth his rod over the land of Egypt, and Yahudah brought an east wind upon the land all that day and all that night. And when it was morning, so he says, tomorrow I'm going to bring the locusts. And when it was morning, the east wind brought the locusts.
Yeah. So what more can you deduce from that other than the fact that that's what constituted the next day, was once the morning came? There's no other way to look at that.
Right.
I mean, it's giving you both things right there. It's telling you that day, that night, associated with that same, like YHWH just said. It's talking about that unit. Hey, that day, that's when they approached them. But then that night, because that's why there was nothing but an east wind blowing, because it was still associated with that that same day. And then you get to the morning, then the locusts come. Right? So now we, just like what Elkanah did, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Like,
You splitting hairs now, because I didn't totally destroyed their point.
Yeah.
I didn't showed you what I'm saying. Oh well, now let's go split some hairs now.
He being silly now.
Yeah, exactly.
Look up that.
Yeah, let's look up that. That's why I said it like that. Yeah, let's look
That's
it up.
silly.
Yeah, but that's how you know the strength of the argument. I'm coming with this. Okay, you're coming with splitting hairs. You understand? So we got the stronger position. Because I'm going by what the word says. And you want to nickel and dime on terms. So now I'm looking up that.
Okay, that. I'll give you the... You got so many definitions.
I was trying to find one relevant to
Take it
this.
to the top.
akin to demonstrative base as a demonstrative pronoun, the person or thing mentioned or understood.
Yeah, the person or thing
So
mentions
it's the
that
person
day.
As that is John, that tastes good. So whatever it is.
It's the person or thing mentioned.
Yeah. So
All
that
right.
day was
So when
mentioned.
it says
That day was mentioned,
that day, that's that.
Yeah.
Then it says that night, that's that. But it's not saying that's all the same unit of 24 hours. It's not saying that.
How can it not be?
That's how you're interpreting.
So you're saying that there's a gap between a day and a night? Is that
What did you just read over there in Genesis chapter 1? You want to go back there and read it again?
We're dealing with this now.
I said it's dealing with night and day in Genesis chapter 1. You want to go back there and read
I
it
know what
again?
it says.
Well, I'll read it since you don't want to go
I'm
there.
not going back, but that's...
Why didn't you go back then?
Because you're missing the whole point here.
That's what you say. I'm
Okay,
missing the
read
point.
Genesis,
You know that you and your boy Alicia, boy, y'all need to want everybody to go where you want to go, but when somebody else brings them up, that ain't the point. We ain't dealing with that. Now, that's I see who you be listening to. In the beginning, Yah created heaven and earth, and the earth was without form and void.
If you can't tell, he don't like Alicia.
Yeah.
Right.
He said, you and your boy Alicia.
Ain't got nothing to do with no Alicia. I'm looking in the book. I'm showing you scriptures, man. But
okay, man. Like, I see who you listen to. You want everybody to go where you want to go. You want to go where I want to go.
Was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of Yah moved upon the face of the waters. And Yah said, let there be light, and there was light. And Yah said, saw the light that it was good. And Yah divided the light from the darkness. He divided them, so that's two different things.
Right, and that's the point I'm making to you. Why are you trying to bring them back together by saying that a day starts in the evening?
I'll tell you why. I'll read it to you why.
He just said it.
I'll read it to you why.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay? And Yah saw that the light, that it was good. And Yah divided the light from the darkness. And Yah called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening, in this instance, night, and the morning, in this instance, light, were the first day, 24-hour period.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So you're saying that from the evening in the morning is a day, right? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying from the even and the morning, night, darkness, light, daytime. And I can say it better, like I said on one of the shows. Day-night, daylight constitutes one 24-hour period, which is called a day. And that's what that's saying there in Genesis chapter 1.
Right. So that,
You got 7 of those, which constitutes a week.
okay, so you just proved my
And
point.
you got 4 weeks, which constitutes a month.
Are you paying attention to
And
what
you
you
got
said?
13 of them, which constitutes a year.
Let me show you what you just did. You just said that it's the same. It's part of the same unit of time, right?
What part did it say?
You just said that it's day, night, and daylight. You said it's the same 24 hours, right?
Day, night.
Okay.
Like it says there in
24 hour
Genesis,
period, right?
like I said it, like it says in Genesis 1. Day, night,
Okay.
daylight,
Okay.
which is the first day.
So that
24-hour period.
Okay, so that's all in the same day, as far as you're concerned, right?
That's what that's saying.
Okay, then. So how is it that when the Most High said He's going to bring the locusts tomorrow, that He said it was a new day, and when the locusts came,
Did it say that?
it said tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I said to you earlier. And I said to you when Moses and Aaron approached Pharaoh and told him this in his court, it was what, maybe, I don't know when the court formed, 10 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and you said it doesn't make any difference. I said, oh yeah, it had to make a difference.
He didn't say.
Oh
so
yeah, it had to make a difference when they approached it. And evidently by saying tomorrow, okay, and then it says that night, he started bringing the wind that day. Then he brought
all
the
that
wind.
day and all that
Said
night.
he brought the wind that day. Okay, so when Moses and Aaron went up in Pharaoh, let's say it's 12 o'clock noon, that afternoon, and told him what they told him. All right, now the wind starts blowing that day. And then that night, which goes into the next 24-hour period, I'm going by what it says here in Genesis chapter 1. I'm going in what it says in Genesis chapter 1. All right?
Why did he say all
day,
night?
Day, light was the first day. Day, night, day, light was the second day. All right? So it's telling us that darkness first, followed by light, constitutes one 24-hour period. So now when Moses and Aaron told Pharaoh and his court this, let's just say it was 12 o'clock that day, y'all started bringing the wind that day. Then when it got that night, that's tomorrow. And now he's bringing in wind all of that night. But you into the next day already.
What did you say?
And then it says that morning of that next day, which is tomorrow, he started bringing the locusts.
So what are you saying that night?
I just said it.
But it said that it was tomorrow, so it's not making sense what you're saying.
It is to anybody that you play them notes to that's really reading this for what it is.
Because on the one hand,
it's just not making sense to you because you want to put that square peg in the round hole. I'm not adding a thing. Okay. I went back to Genesis chapter 1 where it constitutes a 24-hour period. And it tells you that a 24-hour period, which is called a day, consists of day-night first, daylight next, and then that was the first day. And it does that all the way through 6 days. Just like it does in Exodus chapter 12. They came out on the 15th day, which is the beginning of Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And the 15th day began at night. It says it in chapter 12, 2 or 3 times. We came out at night, a night much to be observed. It says it in Deuteronomy 16:1. We came out of Egypt at night, which is the 15th day.
So Yahudah, is it possible to make a reference to yesterday night in light of what you're saying? If you're saying that the night ushers in a new day, if I come over, let's say I'm over here today, and it's what? I don't know, 12, what time is it? It's 2 o'clock. I'm over your house now, right? And just say, for example, I want to refer to something that happened yesterday night. According to you, if the night starts a new day, how is that possible that you can have a concept such as yesterday night? How is that even possible if every time the new day is starting?
You got something to say, Abiel? All right.
That's just funny. Like, and I'm, as you were talking, I went to the Tanakh and saw that it reads differently than the King James Version, and it's much plainer. But it just says, and there was evening, and there was morning, a first day. Yeah. Morning, a first day. Not that the evening and the morning equal
right.
a first day.
And I'm going to say this later in this, but the light is what the Most High uses to count days. Morning and evening are parts of the day.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The morning is the beginning, the evening is the end.
Sure.
So that's why that's counted as one day. Mm-hmm. Evening, morning. So he's saying that evening in this instance means night. So he's thinking day. When it says morning, it's still talking about day, which is the whole light part of the day, and the evening is the night. And he's making that the 24-hour period. That's what's incorrect.
Our ancestors referred to the previous night. They have said yesterday night.
They said, if I'm not mistaken, it says yesternight.
Yeah, same thing.
Yesternight would be the night of the Sabbath. That's yesternight in regards to now.
Right. He's talking now because the day was Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he said that, because he's just making reference to where we're at. Because that was on a Sunday. That was actually that time that fool over there canceled class, I guess to watch a football game or whatever. Remember, we had to cancel class. I think.
I remember a couple of times. That was real good football game.
Oh yeah, something. So that's the reason why I was over. That's what I was doing. I was having this debate when we were all out in class. Mm-hmm. So I called him up. He said, "Hey, we came on through because we had already started this discussion before. I didn't record the first part of it. But like a couple weeks prior to this. So I'd say, that was a good time to go over there and finish this. But yeah, it was during the time we was out from the Bible class. But yeah.
So he doesn't agree with the term midday or this, like, because if we go to what's that, First King, with Elijah, what they sacrificed from the morning through the morning, midday, and evening. It pretty much breaks down a process of a day period. And it calls within morning and evening. It calls that period midday. Like, obviously you couldn't agree with that if midday means the middle of the day. That's what I get from that.
Well, I don't know. I never asked him about that. All I know is from his standpoint, he thinks that a day is 24 hours, starting at night. So he does acknowledge, obviously, that there's a morning and an evening. So maybe he wouldn't have a problem with that within the context of a daylight part. But his overall premise is that the Torah combination starting at night constitutes a day. That's why he keeps saying, talking about this term daylight, day, night, and all that. So because he's trying to say that the 24-hour period starting at night is what a day is. That's his whole belief system. But I'm bringing the fact that the Most High calls a day the light part. There's day and night. There's a distinction. And I'm probably going to say it in this, but just like that's the reason why it rained 40 days and 40 nights. Because there was a distinction. It was still, the night was associated with the day, but it wasn't measured. You didn't get a change over until a new day until the morning.
Right.
That's when the meter started running, so to speak. You understand? That night was like a neutral position. Night, it's like a positive negative charge or something. You got the positive one, day is that's how the Most High. That's why he started counting days in the beginning. When he made light, he uses lights. That's why I should have hit him with this later. Like I said, I'm more developed now. But what I would have did was go down where the Most High says in the 15th verse. Let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth. And in the 14th verse, and Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, for seasons, and for days and for years. So that's what the purpose of the lights is.
Right.
That just, yeah, you count the lights. You don't count night. And I did ask him in there. I don't know if we got to the part yet. I asked him, well, did the Most High count the darkness? He didn't count the dark. It was dark already.
Right.
He made light, and then he started counting days.
Right.
You understand? So just because it gets night, that don't register with the Most High as a new day. He didn't count him. I just showed you this in the 14th, 15th verse. I didn't even hit him with this. I should have. But that shows you clearly what it constitutes, how we're supposed to measure time. Right there. But yeah, but it's still just a lot of good points in this though. I'm just gonna let it run. Anybody want to take a break or something, bathroom or anything? Y'all just want to, because like I said, we might go a little over if that's okay with y'all.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I let it pause for a minute. So yeah, this is a good time to go. Because I'm just gonna try to get as much of this in. Cause I know I've been stopping it, but it's just. What do you think about it so far, y'all?
It's great.
Yeah, it's good.
It encourages reading.
Yes.
Yeah, because I did want you to hear a different perspective on it, because there's a lot of our people, because there's people that he's taught, and there are people that are out there that are really serious about keeping the Sabbath like that and keeping their days like that. And I did, and he's, very deep into that. That's what he really wants to believe. So, and there's other people out there who would defend it too. So
he's a persuasive speaker, and he has an overbearing personality, and as such, I can see how people would follow what he says without necessarily being able to find it in Scripture.
Yeah,
challenge it.
Yeah, if that brother says it, it must be right.
Yeah,
because he knows his stuff. And it don't work.
That's what makes that dangerous, and that's why I'm on him like I am. You see, I ain't letting up. I'm like, I'm going at him with these scriptures because I know that it's easy for someone to get off track like that. And like I said, my whole motivation for doing this was because of what the Most High says. He says, you warn the people, you let them know. It doesn't matter who they are. If you see that they're in error about something and you got scriptures and things you can point out, you need to go to them. But then once you do that, like he told Jeremiah in the 15th chapter, then you're going to go back to that. So I ain't wasting no more time talking to people like that. But I've done it, so it's on record. It's documented. So if you're in error and you refuse to change, just like all them people who say you ain't got to keep the law, you ain't got to keep the Sabbath, okay. You can't say no more you ain't been taught it.
Right.
You can't run around talking about, well, I didn't know. Oh, yeah, you did. You might not have wanted to accept it. You might have ignored it and all that and was stubborn and rebellious, but you were exposed to it.
Right.
So that's, like I said, that's the Creator, the Almighty Yahudah. He's covering his bases. So like I said, the brother, here's a whole breadth of knowledge and a lot of things that are good. And like I said, prior to us getting into those type of discussions, we used to sit for hours and talk about the world and talk about different things. We had a lot in common. And so, but as it goes on, you see the resentment coming out because people don't like to be told they're wrong.
Right.
And then he actually, well, I think he made a statement where it say the locust had came all that day. And he was like, no, it didn't. He was like, well, let me read it again. He started reading it again.
Mm-hmm.
He, figured. But then he did exactly what, like you said earlier, what Elk and I did when you brought up the point that Yahudah told us to flee, from the midst of the daughter of Babylon. He was like, where is that at? Can you give me a scripture that says that? And you gave him the scripture where it said exactly that. And you're like, well, let's look at flee. What
right,
flee?
exactly.
Don't look up flee.
Yeah.
Forget the fact that you just, gave him the scripture that he asked for.
So exactly. So what do you do with a person like that? They obviously ain't looking for the truth.
Right.
They're trying to find a way to be right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what they're doing. So when you dealing with a person like that, ain't nothing but I did my part though, right?
Right.
Here it is. You asked me the question, boom, hey, I got you. And I'm breaking it down for you. But what these people do, and like I said, is these teachers. They really cannot accept being corrected. But that's why the Creator gonna do it. That's why he said what he said in Jeremiah 25. He said the leaders of these people, well, he said there ain't gonna be nowhere for these pastors to flee. Like I said,
I'm sorry, that's ego then.
It is. A lot of it boils down to ego. Because they are used to people looking like he said. They're persuasive, a lot of them charismatic. Like that fool over there, he's very charismatic. He had us fooled for years.
Right.
You stand up there, we know he was charismatic. I ain't taking that away from him.
Right.
Even though I know he's a fool, but he's still someone who will charm people. He'll say some things that's funny, and that's how he was able to pull that off, giving us that garbage, cycling the same stuff. Right? That's how he was able to pull that off, because what he would do, he would make some jokes, he would make little comments, and he would, mess with people and do stuff, and we kind of got used to his style.
Right.
And then he did show some things that were true.
Right.
So, and then he would always say, challenge this, and he'd be asking us to challenge stuff that we all agreed with.
Right.
And as I got older, I used to start getting a problem with that. I was like, ain't nobody gonna challenge that. So, actually, and this was before the Most High started hitting me with the truth that he would later give me. I was always like, why would he ask somebody to challenge? Well, we the chosen people. Stop challenge that. You preaching to the choir, man. Ain't nobody gonna disagree with that. So that's the type of stuff that these leaders do. It's like a mind game. So they'll sit there and they have a lot of charisma and they have a lot of presence, and they wrap themselves in this aura of greatness and things like that. And like I said with him, and later on I'm gonna go at him about his whole belief system and why he's so stern in certain things, because he does feel personally that he is the fulfillment of Jeremiah 23. He does believe that, which is still open for he could be, I don't know, because it is, and he did point it out that somebody got to fit that. So that's true, but he feels, and like I said, to his credit, he was the first one that really went into the book and set that up the way it's mentioned in there. So therefore, he feels that he has a mission to fulfill that. I'm gonna talk to him about it later on. Like I said, we're gonna get kind of heated, but yeah, he went in the book and said. Now I set it up because it was through him kind of pushing me, but because I was put in a position. What my situation was. I had to get out of there, and obviously the Most High put this man in my life to show me what I needed to do for that time. So the difference between me and him is that I took heed. I didn't give him that resistance. I had questions and stuff, but I still took it and learned. So now that I'm returning the favor, I'm getting resistance now. So some people can't grow, so he's just comfortable where he's at. Especially, like you said, he's older too, so he's already set in his way.
It's as though that was his purpose, perhaps, to instill that spirit in you, and instill that desire to do what you did. And then once he served his purpose, maybe he has no other use in your life.
Well, that's true.
Because I think about the prophet that went to the son of Solomon. No, he went to Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, and told him that he was going to be king and so forth. And then that the Almighty had told that prophet, don't go that way.
Yeah, he told him that.
You know,
right.
and he said, and it's gonna go back this way. And then another prophet came and said, well,
come eat in my house.
Yeah, he told me to tell you now. And the Almighty had been talking to this prophet. Now he said, but he sent me to tell you something different than what he told you.
Right.
So
he's listening to the other prophet. Because
Yeah.
it was a prophet that told him that.
Yeah. So
And then,
the Almighty had him. He was destroyed.
Yeah, a lion killed him.
The lion killed him.
And then that man talking about some bury his bones next to my bones.
Yeah.
He gonna tell him, oh yeah, because the prophet that told him misled him. He said, oh yeah, well, bury his bones next to mine. Well, yeah, thanks a lot. I get to be buried by you after you gave me this bad information, but whatever.
But he served his purpose by giving that message unto Jeroboam, and that seems to be that was his purpose.
Yeah,
and that was it.
That's true. That's the way I look at it. So I don't know, but yeah, that is his motivation. I think he's very much. And again, I'm not taking anything away from that. He could be. I don't know. Well, I know I'm not gonna position myself as that. I don't know. I mean, I just give the most, because everything that I've been doing, I've been forced to do it basically. I didn't go in the book and read and say, oh, that's that, I'm gonna go set that up. No, I had situations presented themselves and pushed me into that. Like I said, I never even wanted to run into the situation I did over there, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The most I put me in position, he's like, well, he know how to motivate you, because there was no way I was gonna let that fool get away with what he was pulling over there. So I had to step up and do what I did. But it wasn't like I just set out to do that for whatever reason. But anyway, you're going to get back into this. And, anytime you guys want to make a point, to go ahead.
So if it's
yesternight is when it got dark Friday. That would be yesternight. Because everything is juxtaposed here. It's juxtaposed.
Well, hold on.
That's what Esau does.
Right, and that's why he got you keeping the Sabbath at evening.
Well, he ain't got me doing nothing. That's what you say. That's your opinion.
That's what
you're entitled to that.
Okay, but
yesternight started when it got dark, what they call Friday night, which really Saturday night. That's yesternight.
So last night at about 8 o'clock, I can't refer to that as yesterday night?
If you're going to talk in the context of Yah's laws, that would be totally incorrect.
Well, let me prove what I just said is right. The day before, so we're on Sunday right now. So according to you, I cannot refer back to 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock last night as yesterday night, because that's still part of today, right? According to you,
if you're talking about yesterday in the sense of yesterday,
okay. Well, how do you explain this? We're going to turn to Genesis chapter 19.
And maybe I should put in, the way I understand yesterday is the 24-hour period before the 24-hour period that you're in.
Let's see what the scriptures say. I'm going to turn to Genesis chapter 19 concerning Lot and his daughters. Okay. Now I'm going to start at the 31st verse. You know the story. We're up in the cave. And the firstborn said unto the younger, our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow, the next day, that the firstborn said unto the younger, behold, I lay yesternight with my father, let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. So the oldest one laid with him the day before, that night. It was that night. The morrow came. It was at night when she lay with him. So according to what you just said, by it being night, that was still part of the same day as they were on. She said yesternight she lay with him. So it was a whole different day. Otherwise she wouldn't have said yesternight. She would have said earlier today or something to that effect. Clearly here, they made a distinction between the night of the previous day and the day that they were in. So how do you reconcile what you just said with what we just read here?
It's self-explanatory. The one laid with him one night, and then the next night the other one laid to him. They was in 2 different days. That's self-explanatory.
Okay,
That's tomorrow.
Okay, but she said that
That's what you just asked me about yesternight.
Right.
And I told you yesternight started in what's called Friday night, which is really Saturday night. It ended, you understand, that day, that night ended at sunrise Saturday morning.
Let me read this again.
And now, the night that started last night would have been yesternight compared to that night.
Let me read.
And that's what they saying. It's just like what she's saying here. One daughter went in, say Friday night when it got dark. That was the beginning of that day.
It didn't say. It said. Listen, look at.
I heard what it said. It said tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Right.
And you laid with him yesterday.
Yesterday.
Right. That's the next night. The other one saying, I'm gonna go in and tonight.
Okay. So.
Because you laid with him yesterday.
Right.
Which was a whole nother day. Because you had night when she laid, the first one laid with him, followed by daytime, and then he was in the next night. And now this one's saying, I'm going to lay with him. You laid with him yesterday. It's a total different 24-hour period.
Where are you getting that from?
What do you mean where I'm getting it from? That's what it's saying.
It's saying that they made their father drink wine that night. So remember, they're on a particular day at night. And the firstborn went in and lay with him, lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down or when she arose. So let's say if it was this day, Sunday night, she laid with him. And it came to pass on the morrow, meaning the next day. It doesn't matter what time it was. It could have been 12 o'clock. Let's use your example. It was 12 o'clock. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesternight with my father. So that means that the night of the previous day was considered a whole different day. It was not the same, according to what you said earlier, that would have been part of the same day because that night would have ushered in the same day as they were on. But she referred to it as yesternight.
Because they were in that night of the next day when she said it. That was tomorrow.
What are you saying?
That's what I just got through saying.
But she referred to it as yesterday night or yesternight.
They were in that next night of the next day. That was tomorrow. That's what it says.
It's saying that she's laid with him the night before, basically.
What it's saying is the next night, when it came around full tilt, they were in the next night, which is tomorrow. And she's saying to her oldest sister, she's saying, you went and laid with him yesterday. I'm going to lay with him tonight.
Mm-hmm. It just says when it was morrow. It didn't say what time she told her that. It said it said on the morrow.
It would have been tomorrow. It's the next night. So it was tomorrow. It's a whole different day. And it was that night. And she was telling him, I'm going to go and lay with him tonight. You will lay with him yesterday.
Yeah.
And that was tomorrow.
It was tomorrow once it says on the morrow, that was the new day, right? So here.
When it got dark, that was the new day. That was the morrow. And she's telling her sister, you went into him yesterday. I'm going into him tonight because it was nighttime.
Okay. So,
at even. Dark. Mm-hmm. And that was the beginning of the next 24-hour period. That's what she was telling him.
Because either she told her that it could have been
tomorrow. Yeah. That's your point. That's why you came here.
I come here because everywhere where you see morrow is referred to. That's why I took you to Exodus 10. Is because the morning is when things start happening.
No, that's what you're saying. That ain't what that's saying.
Okay.
That's what you're saying.
Let me make it more clear to you.
No, you try to make it clear to yourself.
I'm making it clear
because you're reading it, but you interjected just like you did earlier.
Well, explain this then. I'm going to show you something. Let me find the right one. I got three places I'm going to show you right now and try to reconcile these with the point you're trying to make.
Hey, I'm trying to make you the one trying to make the point.
Well, I'm trying to help you out. I'll wait till you come back.
Don't help me out. Help yourself.
He walked away. I think he went to the washroom or something. He just got up and stopped walking. So this is about the end of the part because I had to break it in two parts. I waited so this is the end of going to the end of that. So I might as well just Go to the next part. Let's go down next. I had to continue when he came back because he stepped away.
So we're going to continue our discussion on when the Sabbath day starts. Picking up where I left off, I was telling you, I'm going to show you 3 different scriptures, and I want you to reconcile these with your idea that somehow an evening begins a new day. I'm in Leviticus chapter 7, and I'm going to start with the 11th verse, and I'm going to skip down. This is Leviticus 7 and 11. And this is the law of the sacrifice of peace offerings, which he shall offer unto Yahudah. Down to the 15th verse. And the flesh of the sacrifice of his peace offering for thanksgiving shall be eaten the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. Are you getting that? Are you there yet?
Wait, what verse you in?
Leviticus 7, I just read the 15th verse. I can read it again if you like.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Okay. Verse 16. But if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering, it shall be eaten the same day that he offered his sacrifice, and on the morrow also the remainder of it shall be eaten. Now, as we see clearly here in the 15th verse, he refers to the same day being within the same period of time before the morning, because the penalty is if it lasts until the morning. Now, if by your estimation that the day starts in the evening, why didn't it say you can't leave it until the evening? It said the morning. So how do you explain that?
I mean, what is there to explain? If he offered it the day prior, during the daylight hours or that night hours, which again, we know we got evening and morning sacrifices now as far as people bringing up, what is it, this peace offerings?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so say he brought it that morning or during that day, okay, then he had to eat it that day.
Right.
Yeah, so what's the point?
He's
just saying it's not keeping any over until that following day in the morning.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
So it's supposed to be eaten the same day, though. The same day.
Yeah, so what's the point?
Okay, the point is
you keep self-explanatory.
Okay, so the point is that if, according to you, that evening ushered in a new day, then why didn't it say you cannot eat it until if it was supposed to be consumed within that same day, why did it not say, well, you are not supposed to keep it until that evening, as opposed to that morning, if in fact what you're saying is true, that the evening constitutes a whole new day?
I don't know. You have to ask Yahudah.
I'm asking you because he's very clear on what he's saying a new day is.
But I don't know what your point is. I mean,
my point is the same point as Ben.
If you offer peace offerings, they say he takes it in the morning of the day he offers it, because we know they offer offerings evening, morning,
evening, so and that's considered within the same day.
Say he took it that morning, even if he took it that night, if he took it that evening, okay, which again could mean either dusk, sunset, which would put it in that particular day. When it got dark would be the next day, okay, or it could mean night. And if he offered it that night, he ate it then. He ate it. He didn't, just like the Passover. They ate it. They cooked that Passover lamb, roasted with fire. As soon as it got dark, which is the beginning of the 15th day, all right, every day begins with dark, and they ate it right then. And whatever was left, they had to burn it with fire, because it wasn't to be any left over till that morning. So what's your point?
So you're saying that if it was, just say if he had an offering that evening, that's still part of it?
Evening when? Is it evening and sunset, which is one day, or is it evening night, which is the beginning of the next day?
Look, this is what we can take from this. Whatever the situation is, that morning constituted a different day. Can you agree with that?
No, it doesn't constitute a different
Why
day.
not? When he said that he's within the parameters as long as it doesn't last until that morning.
He just says that morning.
Okay.
Again, with the Passover, like I just said, when they fixed the Passover lamb was ready. They started preparing it on the 14th day. But they didn't start eating until the 15th day, that night. And when they started eating it, Yah told them, he said, you eat what your fill is because you don't leave any over until the morning. It doesn't say tomorrow. It just says the morning. Okay?
Takes us
In
back.
the morning, you still in that same 24-hour period. You just don't leave any till that morning. You eat what you eat now.
But here,
It seems like the brother done set up the stumbling block of his iniquity in his heart, because that 15th verse, there's no interpreting. It's just plain. It just says, it says the same day it shall be eaten, the same day that it is offered. He shall not leave any of it until the morning. So obviously, the morning is when the day changed.
That's the point I'm making to him. I'm
That's-
like, everything, he's within the parameters before the morning.
Yeah,
Even if he consumed it that night.
yeah.
Because the morning is the deadline.
That's what it says. The morning.
Yeah.
So
And you heard what I asked him. I said, well, if the night was a whole new day, why didn't he say, well, don't leave it until the night or the evening? We ain't reading that. But if we're still within, if you're telling me that it creates a whole new day, and the Most High saying, well, no, as long as you don't leave it till the morning, but yet you got to keep it within the same day.
So
you know,
there's no interpreting there.
Yeah. And right. So watch this.
hold on. Here is saying clearly that it has to be consumed within the same day.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Same day.
Okay, so when they offered it, they ate it.
Okay, great. So if they offered it that evening, according to you, it had to be consumed before the morning, right? I'm asking you a question.
I just answered, but I'll answer it again. When it says the evening, it has one or two meanings. It can mean...
That should have... Did y'all catch that?
Yeah, if he had answered it, it would have destroyed his whole premise. It would have destroyed his whole premise, so, you know.
Still, that one day, it can mean night, which is another day.
We're talking about the same...
Sunset is preceding the night.
He's very clear that whenever it was offered, it was within that same day.
I understand that.
Okay, so whatever time it was during that day,
I'll put it to you like this.
it did not violate. You would not violate it until that morning.
I'll put it to you like this. That's just like if he was to offer it, say, at 3 o'clock today,
Okay.
25th.
Yeah.
As soon as he offers it, they gonna cook it.
Okay.
Say it takes an hour to cook.
I'm going to hit him with another scripture that's going to eliminate that, because I'm going to show him a place where you offer two per day, and it's going to be in the morning and the evening. I'm going to hit him with that one next.
Still the same day.
Right.
And then he said you finish it, but you don't leave any of it till the next morning. It's still going to be the next day. It's just saying you don't leave any till the morning.
But it's also saying you're supposed to consume it that same day.
What did I just say?
So
I just said if he offers it and they cook it, all right, at 3 o'clock, okay, he can start eating at 4.
Okay.
And at 4 o'clock he's eating.
Okay.
When I say 4:45, he through. He's
Okay.
still in that same day.
Okay. So what about...
It gets dark here. It gets dark here, let's say, totally dark around 5:15, matter of fact, about 5:25. And so when it gets totally dark, he gonna be through.
So would he be in violation if he started eating it at 4 or 5?
Again, if he started eating it, all right, at that time in that day, he says he's still incorrect. It's not dark. It's not the next day yet. He's supposed to eat it in the day he offers it.
Okay.
All right.
But he just says not to carry it until the next morning.
That's right.
So how is it that if he's, as long as he's consuming it within that same day, it doesn't matter the
It
time?
says not to leave any over till that morning. He's supposed to start eating it in the day he offers it.
Okay.
Right.
So if you're saying that the new day starts in the evening, then that's a whole
That's
new
what
day.
the book says.
That ain't what the book says.
That is what the book says. You just can't see it. Like I said, you run over the word even. That's what you run over.
We're not even dealing with that here.
But what
we're dealing with what it says.
What we're dealing with, I just explained that. What we're dealing with is what constitutes the beginning of a 24-hour period. And it went to Genesis chapter 1, evening, morning, first day. Evening, morning, second day. It does that all the way through the sixth day. It's telling you dark
It's
first.
not giving you a chronological order when it says
first,
that.
night first, followed by light.
When he said let there be
It's
light,
self-explanatory in Genesis 1.
when did the first day start? Did it start in darkness?
The first day started with darkness.
What is that in the scripture?
And it's followed by light.
No. So the darkness that was, when it says in the beginning there was darkness, are you counting that as a day?
I'm not counting that as a 24-hour period. That's what you're asking me, right?
Yeah, because you said
I'm
it
not
started in
counting
darkness.
that as a 24-hour period.
Let me show you what you
That's
overlooked.
not what that's saying. He said he created the light. We just read earlier, when you go back and check your copious notes, you're going to hear it.
Right.
We read it earlier. He separated the darkness when he created the light. He separated them. And the evening, night, darkness, and the morning, light, daytime, was the first day. 24-hour period.
You're making the evening.
See what's so hard to understand?
Let me show you what's so hard to understand about that. Because the first day was when he said, "Let there be light." That's your first day.
Now, see, this is what I told you.
That's what he said.
That's what I told you when you was here before. That's why I tried to avoid using the term day in recognition of a 24-hour period.
How can you avoid it?
Because you're colliding the two.
You don't want to collide the two because you're putting a day and the evening in the same time frame.
What I'm not doing that. Yeah,
you are.
I mean, they are. It takes that to make a 24-hour period.
The morning is the beginning of a day.
It takes
the
24 hours to make a one whole 24-hour day.
That's why you're never going to see the scriptures say it rained 40 days and 40 evenings, because an evening is a part of the day. It's the end part of the day. You are trying to make the evening and the night synonymous. That's incorrect.
David, again, you got to go by what you see.
The morning, that's why it says morning, evening, day one. It's because the day started when he said, "Let there be light," Yahudah. You don't start the day in the evening. Evening was not mentioned until after day.
Again, I'll bring it to you.
What was mentioned
I'll
first?
bring it to you one more time.
Now watch this question I asked, and watch what happens. Watch this question.
What was mentioned first, evening or day?
When the evening is mentioned first.
No, it's not.
Genesis chapter 1.
Absolutely not. Let's go there right now. I bet you it's not.
He said it was.
He said, "Let there be light."
Go there.
The light is.
It says, "In the beginning, Yah created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of Yah moved upon the face of the waters."
He said, "Let there be light."
Let there be light.
And there was
light.
You don't get no
already
evening.
got darkness.
He said evening was mentioned first before day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you just read it right there. Read the 5th verse.
Were you counting darkness as part of the day?
Read it. I said, yeah.
But it's not saying that.
It's not saying that to you.
I just asked you a question.
It's not saying that to you.
Clearly,
what I said in answer to your question, the way you brought it to me, does darkness constitute a 24-hour period? And I said no. That's what you asked me. All right? Now, he's saying here there was darkness. First, he didn't create that.
Right.
So there's no way light can precede that.
He didn't start measuring time until he made light.
Was already here.
Right.
And I'm going to read it. Okay? And it says, and said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And
First.
thou saw the light. No, not first.
Before evening.
No, not first. I just read it in verse 2. Okay? And the earth was without form and void, and darkness
Was that evening?
was upon the face of the deep.
Was the evening first?
That's nighttime. Darkness is nighttime, isn't it?
Is it evening?
When it gets nighttime, isn't it dark?
Is it evening though?
Yeah, it can be that.
No,
it can be one or the other.
But is it?
I said it can be one or the other. I already went over that. When you check your notes, you're going to see that.
You don't see the
2
word,
hours ago.
as I proved, you don't see the word evening until the 5th verse.
But the point being is, when you look up the definition of evening, it
The
can
primary
mean
word
darkness,
is no.
or it can mean sunset.
It was primarily dusk, and then it said night. Primarily it's dusk. If it was going to be, if it meant night,
What does it say? Where are you reading that from?
when I looked it up,
Look it up.
I already did.
Do it again.
I'm right here. I already got it. It's right here. Listen. It says, Arab, going down, dusk, plus day, even, and then it says night. It has nothing to do with night as is mentioned here. Those are two different words.
What do you mean as is mentioned there?
Arab is mentioned here, and that's not the same as the evening that's here.
Isn't that what you looking up?
I'm
That
looking-
word that's there?
Yeah.
Huh? And you read the definitions, right?
Dusk.
Dusk. And then
First.
it says what? It
Day,
says day,
plus day,
evening,
tide,
night.
Yeah. Okay, so you're
Yeah.
So you're saying,
like I said earlier, you have to use the one that's applicable to where you use.
Exactly, and that would be the end of the day, dusk, as opposed to night.
Does it say that there?
It's saying evening, morning. That's part of the day. That's part of the light part of the day.
It's part of this 24-hour period.
It's part of the light part of the day.
It's part of this 24-hour period.
As to be.
And we know evening, okay, can mean sunset or night, just like what it's got there.
Okay.
Dusk or night, darkness.
Yeah.
Okay. So we know in a 24-hour period, right, it gets dark, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And then you have light.
When does it get dark?
I said
right?
you have light. It don't get dark at dusk. Doesn't get dark at dusk. It's not dark at dusk. At dusk, it's still light out.
But it's getting dark, though.
That's getting, but it's not.
I didn't say it was. I said getting dark.
Okay, then. But it's still, in a 24-hour period, you do have night, don't you? You got dark, don't you?
Of course.
And you got light, don't you?
Yeah.
And when it's dusk, it's still light, isn't it?
Yeah. Getting dark.
Case closed.
No, it's not case closed because you're making the evening a part of night. Evening is part of the day.
Again, all of it's part of the 24-hour period.
I'm talking about day as opposed to night. Day begins with the morning and it ends with evening. That's your whole day. That's why it says evening, morning, day one, because it's talking about the light part of the day. Darkness is not even counted.
That's not what that's
what he's saying.
That's how you interpret it.
He doesn't even measure time until he makes the light.
You interpret it. Because he's already made plain in verse 2 that there is darkness.
Then why isn't he counting darkness in the beginning?
See, that's why I should have went down to the 15th verse. Because you heard what I just said. I said it, and I was right, that he doesn't start counting until he made the light, right? But I should have, like I said, I was, like I said, it was a few years ago, a couple years ago. Now, I would have said, after I said that, I would have took him right to the 15th verse. I was like, Yahudah, that's why he says, or the 14th better. The 14th verse, which says, once again, and Elohim said, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven to divide the day from the night. So he let he divided it. And let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years. So that's how you measure your time. Not night, but lights. So yeah, if I had to do that over again, I'd have took him right to the 14th verse.
He's counting. Why don't you look up darkness? Look at night.
Let's look at it again.
Darkness, night, Le'ela. That's what it means.
Night.
Yeah.
So it was already dark, night.
Right. So
then he created the light.
Exactly. And that's when he started counting the days, right?
He separated the light from the dark.
Okay. So why are you counting darkness when he didn't count?
Again, darkness was separated with the light. He separated the two. And he says the evening, night.
No, the evening was part of the end of the day.
So what you're saying is, from what you're drawing is that dusk, evening, which is no darkness, and then light, and that's it.
No, listen, let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying that the day, when he said let there be light, that was your first day. The beginning of the day is the morning. The end of the day is evening. That's why you have the word.
So I'm saying to you, like I just said, which you evaded, I'm saying that you're taking, yes you are, you're taking the total dark night out of a 24-hour period. You're saying it don't exist.
No, I'm not. I'm saying,
what are you saying? It's got to be part of 24 hours, David.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why when you look at the flood, it rained 40 days and 40 nights.
So what?
Okay, the point is,
what?
Because they're still part of the same unit of time, 24 hours, but there's a distinction between the day and the night.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
It's the same thing in Genesis chapter 1.
Yeah. But you're counting the evening as part of the night when it's the end of the day. That's what I'm telling you.
I just said to you when you check your copious notes,
I'm going to check my copious notes.
Over 2 hours ago, that evening has two meanings. You just read it.
I know, but the context
just read it.
Okay, but the context here is the end of the day.
So you say.
But you say night.
So you say. That's your interjection.
But that's a different word.
That is your interjection.
Why is it Le'ela, not you?
That is your interjection.
You have two words.
That is your interjection.
And you have Le'ela.
But what I'm saying is the definition. I'm not thinking about that Edomite crap. I'm dealing with the definition. Okay. And I said and I'll say it again. It's got two different definitions, and you have to discern which one is applicable to where you're reading. But that's why in Exodus chapter 12, it says on the 14th day at even, just like it says over in that spot where you went, in Numbers 9. On the 14th day at even, on the 14th day at even, that 14th day when it gets dark, that's the beginning of the next day. That's the beginning of Passover, the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
So when does night begin?
It begins at even. It can begin at evening. It all depends on how it's being used. Night begins at dark. Just like what you see there in verse 2. In Genesis chapter 1. There was darkness. He called the darkness night.
Right.
He called the light day. He separated the two.
Right.
And the evening or darkness night and the morning light day was the first day.
See, that's what I'm saying. You're taking the evening and you're taking that and making it synonymous when it's not doing that. It's giving you two different words. It's giving you Yahudah and it's giving you Le'elah.
Right.
It's giving you two different, and you're taking a secondary,
dealing with it.
hold on, you're taking a secondary definition as a primary.
Dealing with that.
So anytime you make a reference to the Hebrew word or the definition of something, he obviously doesn't agree with that or the Tanakh, right?
Well, you heard what he said. He don't go with that Edomite crowd. He thinks that's all. But what's so ironic is that he does use a concordance, and that's why I was reading it out of concordance. I wasn't even reading the Tanakh. But the Tanakh is more accurate with the concordance than the King James. But yeah, so I'm hitting them with the concordance. That's what I'm showing them. The two different words that are used for the evening, the versus night. Because what part of the definition, the primary, that's why I was emphasizing right there. The primary for evening is dusk. That's the first definition you're going to read. And then later on it'll say night. Because some people do refer to evening as night because it's getting dark. That's why I was saying earlier, well, it's getting dark still. But the primary thing is dusk. Because it is still some light out there. But when you see the other Hebrew term, le'elai, which is this dark, he's trying to say that this morning, the evening that's mentioned there is darkness. I'm trying to show him no. That's talking about the Hebrew is Arab, which is the dusk, which is the end of the day. Evening, that's why that's the first day. That's what I'm trying to show him. Evening, morning. It just says evening, morning, but that's part of the day. That's the day, the beginning and the end of the day.
I told you what I'm doing. I told you from the very outset. I told you last time when you were here that the word evening's got two meanings. You just looked it up in your Strong's and it shows you. It's got two meanings. It can mean either dusk or it can mean night.
So at what point does it mean dusk?
Just like I said.
Because all your definitions, you're trying to make it mean night.
No, it's not. I didn't tell you that.
That's what it looks like.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, well tell me.
Ain't looking clear.
Okay, I'm on
right now. I'm going to explain to you again.
Okay.
For the umpteenth time.
Well, as it relates to here, though.
I said I'm going to explain to you again for the umpteenth time. When you're in Exodus chapter 12, on the 14th day at evening, they started to prepare the Passover lamb. You got a glimpse of it last time because I can see it in your face. You're just in denial, okay?
I was
you don't want to say
I was
that you've been doing
because
wrong. You still confused, brother.
No, because you're not consistent.
Because I am consistent. I've been consistent. I'm glad you brought this. You can go back over it.
I know.
All right, on the 14th day at evening, they started to prepare. As it says in chapter 12 Exodus, the Passover lamb. Because you cannot eat it with the blood. We cannot eat flesh with blood. It has to be done. Okay. You cannot start cooking the Passover lamb when Passover actually takes place on the 15th day at night. At the beginning of the 15th day is when Yah dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt. A night much to be observed when he brought Israel out of Egypt. All right? You couldn't start cooking that Passover lamb when actually Passover started because it's going to take it about a good hour, maybe a little bit better, to cook where the blood is gone out of it. They didn't have that kind of time. When you go into Exodus chapter 12, when you get in the middle, down further in the chapter, I'll read it to you.
What verse are you starting in?
Wait a minute.
verse 33, and I'm going to pick it up at verse 31. And he called, this is Pharaoh, for Moses and Aaron by night, and said, rise up, get you forth from among thy people, from among my people, both you and the children of Israel, and go and serve Yah, as you have said. Also, take your flocks and your herds, as you have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urgent upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste, for they said, we be all dead men. That's why you eat the Passover with your coat on, your staff in your hand, your shoes on your feet. You eat it in haste because they didn't have no time. That's why you start cooking it when the sun goes down at dusk on the 14th day. It's still the 14th day. That's why when you're reading here in chapter 12, it says at even, because when it gets dark, which even is expressed, when it gets dark, that's the beginning of the 15th day. That's when Passover jumped off. That's when y'all dropped the firstborn man and beast of Egypt. Right after he did that, the Passover lamb still is, if it ain't, it didn't even have to be quite done, it's kind of done. They taking the fork, sticking it. Man, I still see blood. You got to keep cooking. All right? Now, Pharaoh rises up. Him and the Egyptians say, man, we all be dead men. He sends his messengers to go get Moses and Aaron. They come and get him. By the time the servants of Pharaoh get to Moses and Aaron, now, more than likely, the Passover lamb is ready. And so they eating with the bitter herbs and unleavened bread. They eating. Now, Pharaoh said, get up, man. Take everything. Get out. Now the Egyptians is coming back. The army's got them. Coming back. Get your stuff. And now they're like, uh-oh. And then whatever was left, they burned it. They took the kneading, the bread in the kneading troughs. It wasn't risen. It hadn't rose because again, they worked at night. They made bread that night for the next day, which is work. Okay? And then they took the bread up.
But that's not a working day, though.
Again, working day is 24 hours. It's whatever you do in that 24-hour period. All right? The whole nation ain't at rest in a 24-hour period. It's certain things you can't do at nighttime. And then it's certain things they did at nighttime. It all depends on what your job was. You can make bread. You can cook victuals. You can mash wine, grapes. You can preserve. All that's work. You can do that at night. That ain't something that's done out in the field. A 24-hour day it's a working day. 24 hours. And whatever you doing, whatever your livelihood is in that 24 hours, that's when you do it. But y'all saying on that 7th day, that whole 24 hours, that's a day of rest.
Let me ask you a question. And we're gonna deal with this because I got some more scriptures I'm gonna show you. But are you keeping the Passover too?
Yeah.
You keeping the Passover here?
As much as you can do it. You can't make no offerings here.
So why are you
offer
keeping
up the calves of our lips?
But why are you
Hosea chapter 14.
But why are you keeping the Passover outside the land?
It's a day to be much to. It's because again we eat lamb.
But that doesn't mean you have to keep the Passover.
It says in Leviticus 23, in all thy dwellings, in all your generations.
That's talking about the Day of Atonement, not the Passover.
No, that's talking about Passover.
Show me that. And I'm going to show you something.
And here it says on the 15th day, you wanted to see that, verse 6.
You see
verse 6, 23rd chapter. I showed you this before.
Now watch this. You remember the question, right?
Where does it say?
Where does it say?
Right.
About the unleavened bread. No,
About the Passover.
About what?
Outside the land.
No, it said
all
your dwellings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's what he says.
Okay, remember that.
Day of Atonement.
And we talking about what?
Oh, we're supposed to talk about the Passover.
Okay, let's remember that.
14th day on the first month at even is Yah's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
That's what I'm telling you. Those are two different holy days.
It's not.
Well, okay, so you're saying you keep the Passover. So show me in here where...
You're still running over the word even that you looked up that means night.
We're going to come back to that, but I want to make another point here.
and this is my point with you. You're taking things out of context. You're not supposed to keep the Passover.
You say.
Okay, show me. You told me you were going to show me here where the Passover is supposed to be kept.
It says, unleavened bread. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. And the first day you shall eat, have an holy convocation, and you shall do no servile work then, but you shall offer an offering made by fire unto Yah 7 days, and the 7th day, a holy convocation, you shall do no servile work therein. Okay, it doesn't say that.
You said it did.
Wait a minute. It says it. It says it.
No, it doesn't. He's talking about other types.
It says it in another place.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to show you what it says. Okay. Let me show you what. Now I'm going to help you.
Just say in 12.
Hold on, brother. Let me. You took me here. It didn't say what you said it said. I'm going to show you.
Let me go to 12.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, I could be wrong in 23. Maybe it's in 12. Because I got the text.
And when you get through finding it, I'm going to show you something that you need to take heed to. Because once again, brother, I'm trying to help you.
Where should start?
I'm trying if you listen.
I'm listening.
Okay. Well, you just show me where we're supposed to keep the Passover outside the land.
Well, what does it say here? Let's see. Okay. And this day, I got it marked. And this day shall be unto you for a memorial, a memory, and you shall keep it a feast to Yah throughout your generations. You shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever.
It says throughout the generations, right? Now, does it say in all your dwellings like you said it said?
No, that's the 7th day. That's the 7th day.
What's the 7th day?
The 7th day Sabbath.
Right. Well, let me show you something. This is in Deuteronomy chapter 16. It says, observe the month of Abib and keep the Passover unto Yahudah thy Elohim, for in the month of Abib, Yahudah thy Elohim. Everybody hear where I went?
Deuteronomy 16.
Yeah, I'll wait till y'all get there. I ain't there yet. Y'all there? Deuteronomy 16. Let me get there. Okay. Of Egypt by night. Thou shalt therefore sacrifice the Passover unto Yahudah thy Elohim of the flock and the herd in the place which Yahuwah shall choose to place his name there. Where has he chosen to place his name?
That's Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Right.
So why?
I told you can't do the sacrifice.
You can't do the Passover at all.
It doesn't say that there.
Well, how are you doing the Passover when you're not doing the sacrifice?
Well, again, it's a memorial.
You add to the word.
It's a memorial, isn't it? What does memorial mean?
You can remember it, but that doesn't mean you have to do it.
And you acknowledge it in all that generation.
But how are you doing it?
I just told you. We eat lamb. We take all the yeast, the leavening out of the house, soda, yeast, baking powder. Right?
Is that in the place where he chose to do it?
Again, that's where you do the actual sacrifice and offering. Today, we're in captivity wherever we are. Even if we're in the land, we do what? Hosea 14th chapter. We offer up the cares of our lips, which is in harmony with Solomon's supplication. 1 Kings 8, 2 Chronicles 6. You understand? Which Yah accepted. Right. And we turn toward Jerusalem from wherever you are, and you pray toward Jerusalem so that Yah will hear your prayers and hopefully accept them.
Okay. Do you
know what Daniel did in chapter 6, Daniel?
Well, when do you keep the Passover?
Keep it on the 14th day of the first month, which they call April here. We don't have the right time. Okay. So when people say, call here, and they say, well, you know, we do the Passover in March. We recognize it in March. I said, okay. You know, I don't quibble about that. Because we don't have the right time, and we are not going to get it until we get back.
Well, do you know the law that you're supposed to follow when you're keeping the Passover outside the land, what you're supposed to do? Are you familiar with when you're on a long journey, what you're supposed to do?
No, tell me, what are you supposed to do?
I can show you. Because if you're going to be keeping the Passover outside the land, you're not supposed to keep it on at the same time. That we're doing it as if you're in the land. Let me show you that. Turn to Numbers chapter 9.
Okay,
ahead.
Okay, now I'm going to start at the 4th verse. And Moses spake unto the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month at even in the wilderness of Sinai. According to all that Yahudah commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said unto Yahudah, we are defiled by the dead body of a man. Wherefore are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of Yahudah in his appointed season among the children of Israel? And Moses said unto them, stand still, and I will hear what Yahudah will command concerning you. And Yahudah spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, saying, if any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean by reason of a dead body, or be in a journey or far off. Are we not far off from the land? Yet he shall keep the Passover unto Yahudah the 14th day of the 2nd month, and even they shall keep it, and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. If you are defiled with the unclean body, or in a journey afar off like we are outside the land, you're not even supposed to keep it on the 1st month of Abib. You're supposed to keep it the 2nd month. And furthermore, the reason why this was stated that way was because it had to give you time to get back to the land. That's why it was a month later.
That's right, and that's what that's talking about.
Right.
But it's saying that if you're in a journey, or if you're defiled by a dead body, then you can't keep it on the 1st month. You got to get yourself clean, or you got to wait till you get back.
Yeah.
And then you keep it on the 2nd
Right,
month.
but that's why you have to keep it in the land. Are you going to be going back to Jerusalem within a month? No. So how are you going to be keeping it outside the land?
This is when he's talking about sacrifice, David.
He's talking about the Passover itself.
I told you we.
So you want to keep the Passover the way you want to keep it.
So we, in memory, where we are, because we're not in a long journey. We're in captivity.
Exactly. But we're far off,
so
right?
we can't get. And again, we're very far. We're in the Delta of Babylon. You can't get no further.
Right.
And be on earth.
Mm-hmm.
But this is for when the people were in the land. All right? So he's saying that if you're in a long journey, if you're unclean, then you keep it on the 2nd month here in Jerusalem, in the land.
Yeah.
You bring your offering, you do your sacrifice with the lamb of a year old on the 2nd month. Right. On the 14th day at even, which again is the 15th day. Yes, when you keep.
I still understand that, right? It was the 2nd month, but you had to go. You still have to keep it in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
He said you do it the 2nd month because if you're on a long journey or something, but you still had to go back to keep it at home.
In that situation, we're in captivity.
Right.
All right? So we memorialize the Passover. We're not doing the sacrifice in Jerusalem. We can't do it in Jerusalem. We're outside.
Right.
So we memorialize it. We remember it like it says there in Exodus chapter 12. It's it's 7 days that should be remembered and observed in all thy generations. So just because we're in captivity, that's a whole different situation. We ain't in no long journey. We're in captivity. But we still recognize it. We can't offer sacrifice in Jerusalem. We're in captivity.
Exactly.
The land is being controlled by the sons of Esau right now. So Yah's not even there right now. Anything that's being done there right now is not acceptable in that regard. That's why when you read Isaiah 66 chapter, he says what? He looks upon anybody that offers an offering like they cut off a dog's neck. Dog's head and put it on the altar. So what is, like I've been saying to you, Hosea chapter 14, what does it say? We offer up the cares of our lips. We turn toward Jerusalem, Solomon's supplication. We turn toward Jerusalem, and we offer up the cares of our lips. And we pray that Yah accepts our prayers and supplications, and pray they're more acceptable than the fat of rams, lambs, of oxen on his altar. But we still observe the Passover. We still observe the Day of Atonement. We still observe the Feast of Tabernacles. We still observe the Feast of Ingathering. We still observe that. Now here in Leviticus chapter 23, verse 10, you know what they call Pentateuch. We don't observe that till we get in the land, and that's specifically said.
But again, the Passover is something that has to be done in the land also.
It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say you have to do it.
You know what I'm saying is, that, let me get clarity. It's saying that, okay, but it doesn't say that you can't memorialize it or remember it and acknowledge it in captivity. It's not saying that. You ain't
But you're trying to go through the motions of doing it, though.
Again, we memorialize.
You're saying
we get as close as we can get in memorial, in memory. Okay, just like with Purim, same thing. Them 2 days in March, we recognize those 2 days. We memorialize them because that's when y'all reap salvation for us, just like in Egypt. We don't forget that. Just like the Day of Atonement. We recognize that as best we can. That 7th month, which is October, okay? We did the 10th day. We stay in, we break the yoke totally, and we afflict our soul. Been doing it for years, all of that.
Right. Well, that's the Day of Atonement, but we're talking specifically about the Passover.
It's all of it that we memorialize it. He said it's a ordinance that should be observed in all thy generations.
But he didn't say all thy dwellings like you said at first.
Now, again, I was talking about the 7th-day Sabbath.
That's why I asked you to remember. What was we talking about?
You said all thy dwellings.
Right, but in relation to what, though?
The Passover.
Passover. So now he's talking about the Sabbath. We didn't think nothing about no Sabbath.
Nope.
We both agree with that.
He couldn't find it, so he switched it up.
Yeah.
I was talking about the Sabbath there.
In all thy dwellings, the 7th-day Sabbath, okay? That's what I was referring to in that regard, because in all thy dwellings is what you're supposed to stay in for that whole 24-hour period. You're not supposed to go out. That's why I mentioned earlier, when you check your copious notes, you'll hear me mention it in 1629 Exodus, when Moses said, let every man abide in his place on the Sabbath day. You're not supposed to go out. We are to be a peculiar people. We're not supposed to do what other people do, and that's what many of the Israelites is doing. They talking about we got Sabbath day services.
See, that's why he's going into this now. He's trying to get, like, he's trying to take me back to trying to argue the point about us not going out.
Day service is Saturday, and then they go out. How are you at rest if you going out of your door?
But if you're going out to serve the Most High, you are going for His service.
No. Ain't no twist in that. He says everything is supposed to rest.
Hold on, there have been wars that they fought.
Again, don't bring up that YHWH 6. That's what that freak, that jerk chick bring up on the debate that we did on the debate.
But it's true though.
He talking about Alicia. I don't know. He just he was mad because Alicia had somebody call in and brought up Joshua 6 about how it was during the Battle of Jericho, and during the Sabbath they were out there fighting and stuff, and they brought that to his attention that they were fighting. He didn't like that because at the time if you listen to the debate, you'll see how Alicia kind of cornered him on that. But now he's saying that was an exceptional situation commanded by the Creator. He gonna go into it, but that's why he got mad when I mentioned it. I was like, well, yeah, I'm just mentioning kind of like, well, yeah, they had fought wars, they did other stuff, and he started going off for that because he didn't like what Alicia had did when he had somebody call in, point out Joshua 6 about that whole battle that was happening during the Sabbath. Good.
An explicit command that was specifically for that period. But you can't tell the king what you ain't gonna.
Well, you know what's so ironic? He knows how to. He's saying that was specific for that period, right? Well, how come he can't say that about not leaving your house?
Right.
Because that was the same thing that went over in Exodus, right?
Specific.
Yeah. So he can say that it was specific for them to be able to go out for that war. He gets that part, but why can't you say that it was specific for that part in Exodus 16? You see that?
And when he told them to go out on that 7th day and circumference Jericho 7 times and knock it off, that wasn't all the people. That was the army, not the women. And they didn't go out just out and about. They went out under Yah's explicit command to knock off Jericho. They went out with birds. They went out with weapons of war.
So you're saying that we can't leave at all when it's on the.
I ain't saying it. 1629 Exodus says it.
He was talking specifically about that particular when they went out looking for the quails.
That idiot in Cincinnati, man.
But that's what he said.
It's more Cincinnati. It says you're not supposed to let every man abide in his place on the Sabbath day. It ain't talking about nothing with no manner. It's saying don't go out on the Sabbath day. How you gonna be at rest and you going out? Doesn't it say that your ass supposed to rest, your horse, your manservant, your maid servant? How you gonna justify going out?
First of all,
totally ludicrous.
You're not working if you're in the service of the Most High.
Look. I tell you what you do. You bring that to the Most High. All right, but don't bring that nonsense to me. You understand? When Yah says that everything's supposed to rest, that it starts with you. When he said your manservant, your maidservant, rest is rest. That ain't going out and about. That ain't cracking that threshold in that door. You supposed to be in. When Moses said, let every man abide in his place on the Sabbath day.
Well,
abide in your place is where your place is for that 24-hour period when the Sabbath begins until it ends.
Well, first of all,
that's why you ain't seeing things, because you're violating stuff and he got you skewed.
No, that's what you're doing.
No, okay.
That's what you're doing.
You know, that's how I see it.
I get it. And you see things a lot of ways, and I'm trying to show you that that's not how it is.
We're going to find out soon. You understand?
We will.
Who's serving Yah and who's not serving.
Exactly.
Malachi chapter 3.
Because you're clouded, because you're caught up in this Yah righteousness stuff. Have you ever considered the fact if you may not be that Yah righteousness? Have you considered that? So this is why I'm going in on that. You know, because that's what he's doing. You know, he keeps, you know, everything's predicated on that. So that I had to go in on that for a minute. We're getting off track, but we're going to get back on.
Let me explain something to you, partner. I am not Yah, our righteousness. He who creates is our righteousness.
I understand.
That's who that is. I'm just a representative of him. But now, he's going to make it plain, like I just said, Malachi 3, okay? Who's serving him, who's not serving him. All right? Just like we see in 52 Isaiah. All right? He's going to, all of the watchmen are going to see eye to eye when he brings again Zion. Okay? So now, like I said, when people say, hey, well, you know, Yahudah, wonder if you ain't gone before 2016, then I tell them and I tell you the same, don't go call him no more, because I'm lost.
But I told you, he put everything on this 2016 date.
Yeah, I remember the last.
Right?
Date, yeah.
So he's thinking that he going to be back in the land, and hey, we'll see. If he's right, he's right. But, you know, like I was telling him, the things that he's using as the metric for that, I don't agree with, because within that he says that the Palestinians are Israelites, right? Yeah, sure he says he's using Ben-Ami and them going back as the first sign, and all that. So I say no, you know, I don't see it that way. So that's why, and he's predicating everything on that. So that's why it may not work out like that. So he heard what he just said. Well, if it ain't, we ain't back in the land, I'm lost. I'm like, and I asked him like, why are you hanging your hat on all that when the Most High ain't gave you no certain dates, brother? That's you going out. That's why I mentioned that you going off into this Yah righteousness stuff. Like, yeah, I set up the organization with the name, but I'm not trying to present myself as, okay, giving people certain dates or we gonna be back or all that. You understand? So you gotta let the Most High work it out. So that's my point to him.
I better run to that.
And where did you get that date from? Because you want to put specific dates on stuff and it's not in there.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, Yahudah, you're adding to the word.
Okay.
I'm trying to help you out here. Because like I tell
you what you do.
I'm just trying to help you.
What you do. Stop trying to help me.
Okay.
Help yourself.
I'm not helping myself.
All right, well, you do that.
But we're having a discussion.
Stop trying to help me.
Because
I'm trying to help you.
I have to
help you. No, you ain't.
That's like Ezekiel 3rd chapter. What do you help for there?
And them people over there where you go. You help them.
He's talking about y'all. He's talking about when I was going to the other class.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, I hadn't set this up yet. I was still over there.
Because I don't need that kind of help.
Because you are presuming too much with the word.
That's what you say. That's your opinion, and you're entitled to that.
But you are, though, and you're influencing others.
I said that's what you say, and you're entitled to that.
Let's go back. Cause let me just say this real quick. It's like I told you before, Yahudah. I'm prepared just to go back as a servant. I don't have to be no king. I don't have to be anything like that. And the way I
Well,
approach
let me
the
ask you a
scriptures,
question. Why are you even saying that?
I'm saying that to say that sometimes people, you get clouded and you think that you have this mission, and that's why you're so
I do
rigid.
have a mission.
I know, but you think that your mission is to fulfill Jeremiah 23. You may not.
My mission is to get this third and last temple built atop Mount Moriah. I want you to make sure that you can play this back for yourself and whomever else won't listen to it. That's my mission.
That's all
I don't know about your mission or nobody else. I know what my mission is since you brought that to me.
Right.
I'll make it plain where you can hear it out of my mouth.
Okay.
My mission is to get this third and last temple built atop Mount Moriah and them sacrifices on.
Right.
And Yah established in Jerusalem forever. That's my mission.
Okay, that's my mission too.
Well, I don't know what your mission is.
I'm telling you what my mission is.
Okay, well, I just told you mine, so you don't have to wonder about it.
Okay, but the reason why I bring that
You
out,
don't have to try to put no words in my mouth or try to make me be some, try to say I'm trying to be some other than.
No. I'm just
That's
trying
what
to.
you just did.
Well, let me just say this. I'm saying that to say that, okay, what if it turns out you're a Levite? Or what if it turns out you're a Benjamite? Are you prepared for all of that too? You have to keep yourself humble to where you may not.
So you perceive me as not being humble.
I'm not saying you're not humble. What I'm saying is that
you're saying,
you're
right?
caught up in this movement.
What am I caught up with?
And sometimes it's clouding your judgment. That's all I'm saying.
That's how you perceive it, and that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that.
Okay. But
I always call myself a servant of the Most High.
I get that.
And that's all I ever want to be known as. When they put me in that hole or sepulcher, just write on there. If they can write on there, Yahudah ben Israel, a servant of Yah, a job well done, I'll be quite pleased.
Okay.
Quite pleased.
I get that, but I'm just saying that we have to just be humble and make sure that we are.
Listen, let me tell you something, brother. Like I said to you before, okay? And you agreed that it has to be whatever the name of the Most High is, our righteousness. That's the book. I didn't write the book. I just follow it. Okay?
I got some research on that too.
Okay, so now...
You hear what I said? I had some research on that too. That's when because I was in the process of getting this together at this time. You know, I was doing research as far as what I was going to name. I think I had already started putting together the information and stuff, so I had already did research into because he felt that it has to be Yah righteousness or whatever. Like I said, once I went deeper, and I gave him information on this, that I'd done research that said, hey, the word righteousness ain't really what is mentioned from the Hebrew word. It really has more to do with vindication or judgment. Righteousness is too kind of, it's too bland. It doesn't specify anything. When the way, just like when you go into Tanakh, it says that. So that was my point to him. That's why I kind of mentioned it there. I said, no, I got some research on that. So, like I said, I just kind of took what he was showing me and I took it to another level. So, like I said, I agreed with him to a point. So, unlike other people, I didn't just shut down everything. I took it, and like I used the example earlier, I went from listening to that fool over there dealing with, he's like on a stagecoach, broken down when it that, to Yahudah was already in a railroad system. I'm just using an example about advancement. But he's on a steam engine. I took that, I said, okay, I'm going to lay some tracks, and then I'm going to engineer a whole different type of train. I went and did a little more research and found used more advanced, research than what he did, because he said his up in the 80s. He didn't have access to computers and things like that. And he still, by him being an older guy, he still not as computer savvy as he could. Like, I went and did a lot more research into these words, broke them down and all that. So when I've set it up, it's just maybe taking that to another level. So, but he, but I do credit him for showing me that's, if you're going to set something up, that's what you have to do. Because somebody has to take that from what is mentioned in the scriptures. So that's kind of where we getting off into that right now. But we're going to get back to the topic. But, like I said, things go different directions.
If you understand that, and you talking this Yahudah stuff, then you need to go set up Yahudah righteousness, and then that's covered. And anybody that's in the Yahweh, 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 Jehovah, they need to do the same thing.
Right.
And then we got it covered.
Right.
The only thing the only thing that matters is that Yah gets established in Jerusalem forever.
That's right.
His third temple built, them sacrifices on, so that those of us who Yah brings back
Right.
can get cleansed, and then he can bring forth them holy children. And this thing can be magnified forever.
Right.
That's the main thing. All the rest after that will fall into place.
Right. And that's my point. And like I said, we have to make sure that we separate what's our own personal dogmatic view.
Why do you think you got to tell me that?
Because I see a lot of occasions where you are saying things and it's not clear like that in the scriptures.
It's not clear.
It's like going back to this whole thing about
Now remember, I'm not just saying that based on this conversation. I remember I had been talking to him for a long time before this. And there's been times we sat down and I've shown him about 7 to 10 things that he said. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't even just us having a debate. It was just like, well, Yahudah, what about this? And I would, so this is just a small example. So before I come at somebody and tell them something like that, it's a track record here. So our conversations didn't just start with this. So when I made that point to him, I wasn't just, pulling that out of the air. I had been talking to him for a while. And it came to that, and that's why I felt obligated to tell him what was wrong. You understand? So you got a question?
Yeah, obviously we hear that, he doesn't really, didn't like Alicia that much. Do you know if he actually, debated Alicia? I know he debated Alicia that one time. I know that he got on his thing, but do you know if he actually, went to one of his little conferences?
No, I know he don't really do that. He don't go off the conferences and stuff, yeah.
Okay.
But remember, especially if they have something on the Sabbath, he don't leave.
It's to you. But it's not clear to you.
If it was in the scriptures, it would be.
It's not clear to you.
Because it's not presented that way in the scriptures.
To you.
And nobody else that sees the scriptures.
What?
Nobody else.
Are you speaking for everybody now?
I'm speaking for the people.
You can only speak for you.
Well, it's not clear to me based on the fact that it's not in the scriptures.
To you. Well, you can't speak for everybody else.
Well, your perspective is your own
that's
perspective.
your opinion. You're entitled to it.
Right. But all I'm just saying is that when you are clearly not correct, you tend to make excuses about that.
You see,
you've done it. I got my copious notes right here.
Make sure you go over real careful.
I know I have.
And now you have it. Now maybe today you will.
Yeah, maybe. But I got a good memory too, and I remember.
You didn't have it right at the beginning of the day.
Huh?
You didn't have it right at the beginning of the day. You didn't recall. You just mentioned how I said that it's, in all thy dwellings dealing with the Passover. I didn't say that about the Passover. I said it about the 7th-day Sabbath, and it says that in 23:3.
You didn't say that. That's what you
not about the Passover.
You said that.
Not in all thy dwellings with the Passover. I didn't say that. I said
Leviticus 23, and then you didn't find it in Leviticus 23.
And then it came back. But I always said it about the 7th-day Sabbath because it says that explicitly.
I know that.
In all thy dwellings. That's why you don't go out.
Well,
you collide stuff all the time.
No, I don't.
You pull stuff out of everywhere.
No, I don't.
Trying to prove your point.
No, we were talking before we even got into all thy dwellings regarding the Sabbath. We were talking about the Passover. I asked you to show me where the Passover was to be kept in all our dwellings. You said, okay, Leviticus 23.
I was still confused.
But that's your problem. I don't know what you're confused.
No, but the deal is you do that all the time. You switch tracks. I just was late on that one.
I asked you.
And then when we got into it, then I had to recall. Okay, because you do that all the time, like most people. You understand when they trying to prove their point, they reaching all the time.
No, I asked you specifically.
Before I can finish saying on one thing, you reach and bring me something else.
But I asked you specifically about the Passover.
But the deal is, again,
if you didn't register
what you said was on the Passover, where does it say that we're supposed to keep it outside of the land? Right?
And you said in all your dwellings, and you took me to Leviticus 23.
And I just misspoke. I do that sometimes about that.
But that's the only point I'm
making. And I don't have any problem about saying that. I misspeak on some things sometimes.
We all do.
People, I don't know about all. I'm talking about me. All right? Well, again, that don't apply. I'm perfect with Yah. That's all perfect means. When you're talking about people and trying to say perfect in relation to somebody never makes a sin or make a mistake, that doesn't apply. That's not what perfect is representative of in the book.
Okay.
Perfect is talking about somebody whose heart is one with Yah.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying that.
Oh, well, if you understand that, why did you use the term then perfect? We're not perfect.
I'm talking within the context of what we're saying now. Is it making no mistakes? That's what I'm talking about.
Well, again, no, that's understood.
Okay, that's all.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Okay.
But I was talking about me, and I don't have no problem saying it.
Okay.
I just got confused on that point for that moment.
Alrighty. Okay, we can move on then.
Truck right there.
Now, I wanted you to deal with a couple more scriptures regarding this evening thing.
It ain't gonna change.
Okay, I just want to get your take on it. You know, whether it changes or not, I just want to see what you say about it. Okay, let's turn to Numbers chapter 11. I kind of want you to read along with me so you'll see.
I'm going.
Okay. You want the light on?
Damn it.
Because you're not supposed to go out on the seventh-day Sabbath at all. You're supposed to rest in your dwelling, wherever your dwelling is for that day.
This is like going to the 2 lambs
And
per
that's
day.
explicit.
Remember I with the first sacrifice, now I'm showing them 2.
Cincinnati had the people called it about YHWH chapter 6. That was totally inane.
Well, like you said, we're all going to know the truth in the end, and we'll get it together.
Know it now.
Well, some of us perceive that we know it, and some of us may
That's
not.
true. You absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly. Some of us do perceive that we know it.
But I want to deal with a few things here. You know what? Even before I go here, I got another. It's still in Numbers. Let's go to Numbers 28 chapter before we go here. Now this is still back on the subject of a day, when a day starts. Okay, now we were talking before about offerings, right? And I'm going to start at verse 3. Let's start before that, but I'll just start at 3. It says, "And thou shalt say unto them, This is the offering made by fire, which ye shall offer unto Yahudah 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day." So that means every day we're supposed to offer 2 lambs for a continual burnt offering. 1 lamb shall thou offer in the morning, which is the beginning of the day, and the other lamb. Okay, all right, okay.
You're talking about a 24-hour period.
Hold on, we're just reading what it says.
It says you're talking when you say it's the beginning of a day. That day that you're talking about is a 24-hour period. Is what you're in reference to, right?
Let me just read what it says.
I already read it. I know what it says, but I'm saying I want to get understanding, clarity on when you say day, when you pronounce it, you're saying that's the beginning of a 24-hour period. Isn't that what you're saying? That's what you're saying.
I'm talking about with the daylight. I'm talking daylight.
I said, okay.
That's what I'm talking about. I didn't say 24-hour period. I said the day part.
I just want to get it plain. Okay, go ahead.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because of what this says. It says 1.
I already read it. I know what it says.
But I'm not talking 24 hours. I'm talking the day part, the light part of the day. Mm-hmm. It says, "The 1 lamb shalt thou offer in the morning, and the other lamb shalt thou offer at even." Now remember, this is considered day by day. So how is it that this can say 2 lambs per day when one is in the morning and one is at even?
Okay, well again, if you
offer... Right?
That means that the morning and the evening was part of the same day.
Yeah. Right. Now remember, it says even here.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And he kept saying even is a whole night, whole new day.
Right.
So that would only be 1 a day.
Exactly.
Because you have 1 in the morning and then 1 in the evening, according to him, is 2 different days.
Mm-hmm.
Again, when somebody says, "Well, let me just read it," my response is, "Okay."
Mm-hmm.
Well, his response is, "I already read it."
Mm-hmm.
It's every day, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you offer 1 in the morning,
mm-hmm.
and then you offer 1 in the evening, and then you offer 1 in the next morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you offer 1 in the next evening.
Yeah.
I mean, night. That's 2, isn't it? Isn't that 2 in the day? If you offer one in the morning, and you already offered one the night before, that's 2 in the day.
It says day by day.
I said, you understand? You offer one in the morning, and then
What you say?
No, he didn't.
He trying to make it work.
Still gonna make it.
If
Try to
his
make it
point
work.
was valid, then the scripture would say, offer one in the
Evening in the morning.
and in the morning.
Right.
Right,
He keeps trying to put it.
exactly.
He's starting in the evening. It's saying morning in the evening, right? Okay.
and then you offer one in the morning, and then you offer one in the evening.
Yeah.
That's 2, day by day. You offered one in the morning, you offered one in the evening, you offered one in the morning, you offered one in the evening. That's 2, day by day.
So you're interpreting this as what? A 24-hour
That's what it says.
Okay.
Every 24-hour period, you offer one in the evening, you offer one in the day, in the morning. That's 2.
But what does it say 24-hour period? It's just saying within the day. It's saying the beginning of the day and the end of the day.
It said day, which where it says here evening, doesn't say what it says, evening or nighttime?
It says evening.
Evening. Night. One in the daylight, one in the dark. And you do it the next day, one in the daylight.
It says 2
one in
per
the
day.
dark. Yeah.
That was it right there.
Yeah, he
Because
kinda-
you heard what he said. He said 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. And he said daylight was a new day. And I had to cut him in. I cut in and said, well, it says 2 per day. According to him, that's only 1 per day.
Yeah.
Because it's 1 in the morning, which is 1 day, right? And even, according to him, night, new day.
Right.
That's 1 a day.
Exactly.
The scriptures say 2 a day. And that's what I just said. I said the scriptures say 2 a day. You heard me say that, right?
Right.
In the morning and the evening.
I said, isn't that 2?
Yeah, within the day part, within the light
I
part.
said, you offer one if, okay. When it gets dark, offer lamb. Right?
What he's saying.
The next morning, offer another lamb. Okay? That's 2 in a day.
That's not what it's saying, brother. That's what I'm saying. You trying to bring stuff into this that ain't there.
It's saying
the morning and the evening.
They're saying the same thing that you're saying. Okay? It's just written that way.
What?
It's not
It is saying what I'm
negating
saying.
that the dark starts the beginning of a 24-hour period. It's not negating that. That's just how you interpreted it. And that's how it's written. And like I said, it could very well be, and I have no doubt, that Esau wrote it like this purposely.
See?
That's right.
There you go.
And I say that to everybody. You gotta remember, you're dealing with a transliteration. Let me, I tell you what.
But you can't. I'm about to get on him about that. He has told me that about 10, 20 times before that. Because every time I pin him in a corner, well, you know who translated it. But well, how come it's always a bad translation when I tell you something? But then with you, which all the evidence is supporting what I'm saying, but well, somehow, when it comes to your interpretations, it's all fine. But me, all of a sudden, well, Esau messed with the book. Oh, okay. I'm about to go in on him on that right there.
It was like, it's like with that, he's making the point that the book has been tampered with, but when you come up with the Tanakh and with other things, he said this is the best book.
Exactly. So you can't,
like,
they just jump wherever.
Which one are you gonna be?
Yeah.
Let me read. It ain't favoring me.
Your personal
it ain't
position.
about me. That's just how you perceive it. See, you said that to me the first time you came over
Because
here.
you always do
first
it.
sat down, what you said was, I can tell you something and you can tell me something. So that let me know right from the get-go that you came over here to tell me something that you was doing that wasn't in harmony with what I was saying, what you saw on the internet. You follow what I'm saying?
What?
You came over here to say that I'm wrong.
No.
In something. That's exactly what you did. Other than that, you wouldn't have said that.
If I was-
That's not even necessary. See, you intimated to me that right from the get-go.
Well, I
you said,
disagree.
I can tell you something, and you can tell me something. That ain't even necessary.
Well, that's iron sharpening iron.
Understood.
That's iron
But
sharpening
that's
iron.
understood.
Right.
So why did you say that?
Because we can learn from each other.
But that's understood.
Yeah.
So why did you say that? You follow what I'm saying?
The same reason why you said it.
Look, check this
What'd
out.
you say?
When I came into the bank, you approached me. I don't know you from Adam's house, cat.
True.
So, you understand? I'm doing what I'm doing.
Right.
You doing what you're doing. You could have kept on doing it.
I don't
You didn't
know.
have to approach me. You didn't have to. If you disagree with me, that's fine.
So he thinking because I disagree with him something that I shouldn't have, because he figured I'm just come over there to disagree with him, which is not true, because I agree with a lot of what he said. That's why when I saw him on the internet, I was been saying, well, I'm going to call that number, because he leave a number up there, but I never got around to it. So I'm like, he shows up in where I work. So I recognize him, so I walk, of course, I'm going to walk up to him. And then when we start talking on the phone, he invited me to his house. Because, you know, we had a good rapport, and he even told me, he said, well, I don't invite everybody over. So now he's trying to, see, that's what they do. See, first I'm the toast of the town. Yeah, come on over, brother, this and that. Invite me in, and all of a sudden I don't agree with you now. Well, you ain't have to approach me and all that kind of mess. We ain't cool no more now.
Right.
Same thing over there, same thing with the house of Israel. So that's what I keep running into. First I'm embracing brother this, brother that, all this love. Now we ain't cool. Just because I'm showing you the truth. You understand? So that's been that's why I don't associate with a lot of other Israelite teachers right now.
You say you're not going to change this. I'm not trying to change it. That's exactly what you're doing. That's why you keep talking to me the way you're talking to me. When you go back and check your notes, you'll hear it. You see what I'm saying?
We're having a heated debate.
No, it ain't heated. It ain't heated.
It is heated.
It's not heated. It's not heated.
There's nothing wrong with that.
The point being is that
don't we always say that?
You came with that perspective from the get-go.
What has me and you both said?
Okay.
Haven't we both said
That's understood.
Okay, then.
That's why I said it wasn't even necessary to say.
But have you not said that?
But when you said that, no.
You have said that.
What I said was in reference to what you said, because you brought it to me. I don't bring that up when I talk to people.
Well, you said
I said when you brought it to me, I just related what it says in the book. I understand that. That's understood. I mean, when we converse, it ain't even necessary for you to say you can.
Oh, one more thing. You notice how we get off into that side, but when he ain't addressing what I just showed him.
Right.
See, that's how we get off into these other personal things, because I brought you this, brother.
Right.
Well, how can we, he brought in all that other stuff. Well, you can approach me and this and that. See, they making it personal now.
Right.
Just because I'm showing you this, you can't do nothing with this. So now you bringing all this side stuff in. Yeah. So that's what happens. Just like what that fool did over there. Remember when I came in there to show the truth, he started riling everybody. Well, either David teach or either he leave or I leave.
Right, exactly.
Remember that? He ain't just what I'm saying.
Right.
Now he making it personal. That's all they do. Well, it's him or me. Brother, I ain't even saying that. I'm just dealing with the truth. Why you making it personal?
This brother seems to be coming from a female point of view. Yeah.
I know what you mean by that.
Yeah, it's
emotional
point of view.
That's what women do.
Instead of sticking.
But that's what you expect that
here,
from women.
And every time you say, "Let's read," and the brother doesn't say, "Okay," right away I'm like,
right, because the man's supposed to be logical, right?
Right.
And so that's not a down on the woman. That's the purpose we've played. The woman is the emotional one, the nurturer, and all that. We supposed to be the logical men, staying on point. But you got a lot of emotional men out here, and they want to come back to personal relations. Well, we ain't friends no more, or something like that. Or we, I'm trying to still be cool with you. No, we ain't friends. He gonna say that later. We associates, we ain't friends. Stuff like that. I'm like, well, you invite me to your house. We was all good, and I was, this and that. At first, oh man, love talking to you, brother, all this. But now I'm showing you stuff. Now we ain't cool no more, right?
He's offended that you don't agree with him.
That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. Now they love you when you agree with things that they say, but time you, hey, no, brother, I don't agree with this but I show scriptures. I'm showing back. I ain't just agreeing just to be disagreeable.
Exactly.
I'm saying, hey, this is what the scriptures are saying. So they got a problem with that. And then you get off into this sidebar stuff.
Tell you something. What you telling me that for? You understand? That's understood. See, it's Yah that's between us. It's Yah between everybody. It's Yah that's running the show. I don't run it. I just take orders.
So do I.
Simple as that.
Right.
So that's understood. You understand? Because if people are pursuing truth, Yah gonna bring the truth.
That's true.
Simple as that.
That's really
the only problem comes when people is doing something that they trying to squeeze through and make be right, and it ain't. Then that's when
that goes both ways.
I said people.
Exactly.
I said people. Am I a human being?
Yeah.
Then I'm a person, ain't I?
Exactly.
A person
you're saying that
people,
in reference to
I said the only time that doesn't come is when somebody's trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Right.
Is when they don't see something. And the reason why they don't see something is because Yah's not allowing them to see it. Right. Now, for whatever reason, it's something in them that God's got them blocked. For whatever reason. It might be it ain't time for them to see it.
That's exactly right.
Okay? It might be that they got something in their heart that's not in harmony with Yah.
I agree with that.
That's why he's got them blocked.
That's true.
Okay? But it's Yah that's blocking them.
Mm-hmm.
Simple as that.
Right.
And that's why I said Malachi 3. We're going to eventually, everybody's going to discern who's serving Yah and who's not serving Yah. Mm-hmm. And I still say, and I always going to say, when you read this book, you always have to remember who translated it. Mm-hmm. All right? Because it was the descendants of Esau that translated this book coming up through time. We never translated it. We never had any need to translate it. And the Gentiles that translated it, he got rid of those translations. Right. And got rid of them too.
But I'm going to say this in response to you, the same thing I told you before. That's true. We did not translate this. But we know that the Heavenly Father is going to make sure that we get enough truth that we will know right from wrong. Your point in making that is oftentimes when there's something that does not jive with something you agree upon. That's my point. A lot of times you throw that out there, when I show you a point and you don't agree with it, you say, well, you know who translated this book.
Yeah.
You can't do that every time as your get out of jail free card and every time something doesn't reflect your belief.
Again,
I agree with you, it was translated.
Not belief. But like I said to you at the top of this conversation today, when you went there about they ate cheese, I seen that before.
Yeah.
Cow's cheese.
And I asked you specifically.
And I said to you, David was a human being. He didn't always do right. We know this.
Okay. But where can you show me?
And then possibly, you understand that they might not have really understood that then. Possibly.
And that's when I asked you.
Possibly.
That's when I asked you if King David understood the law.
Because again, hey, I would think he had a good grasp of it, but I can't say he totally understood it, because when we go to First Chronicles, you understand, and we read there when they went to get the Ark of the Covenant and was bringing it up, and Yah broke forth when Uzzah touched the Ark and killed Uzzah, and it scared him, and he took the Ark over into Obed-Edom's house.
Yeah.
How long did it take? About 60 days, something like that?
Yeah.
90 days before David, sitting, scrutinizing it, Yah brought to him through his spirit, okay, the reason why Yah broke forth on us is because we didn't do it after the due order. Because the order is from Yah, his command, and it has a certain order that it must be done.
Right.
And so that, what did he say? Go get the Levites. He said, go sanctify the Levites.
Right.
Okay, so that they can bring up the ark. Because it's because we didn't do it after the due order that Yah broke forth a breach upon us.
Right.
Okay? So we know right there he didn't understand all of the law then. So now from that, how much more of the law that he might not understood at a particular time?
I disagree there.
That's an open-ended question, but
it wasn't that he didn't understand. It was that the fear was upon David. That's what it was. Not that he didn't understand, but just the fact that the Almighty slew Uzzah just for reaching out.
Yeah.
That
he knew about the law. He knew that the Levites were supposed to handle the ark. He knew that.
If he didn't understand it, then he would have went and caught this. Oh,
yeah,
I'll catch it. Whatever.
Right. Exactly.
But he didn't. He was afraid.
Hold on, but we're dealing as it relates to him and the others that were with him eating cheese.
And you see it clearly is open to question when you're dealing with humans.
Yeah.
But in chapter 32 Deuteronomy, that's Yah talking.
Right. But
that ain't no human talking.
But it would have been counted as sin. That, like I asked you earlier, if King David would have consumed...
That's why I brought up about Rebecca.
Well, hold on. If King David would have consumed, because it stated that he ate the cheese or that he had the cheese, right? Okay, we're not talking about Rebecca or somebody else whose sins are not mentioned. We're talking about something that was done and it was written. Now, if it was written, hold on. If he did something...
David, listen. See, what you're doing is...
Yahudah, you're the one doing
Let
it.
me say this. What you're doing is, okay, like a lot of people do, just like what you just said, and you go back over your notes, you hear you say it. You said, he sinned. Okay? Now,
I said, who sinned?
Wait a minute. You said David when he ate the cheese.
I said
you're saying like I said he sinned.
Right.
Right? Okay, wait a minute. See, human sin. But I'm not necessarily, you know what I'm saying? Like he ate cow's cheese. If cow's cheese is incorrect, it's not so much that you're sinning against Yah, you're sinning against yourself. You're hurting yourself.
Where did it say that though?
But the point being is, like I said to you earlier, and I said this to you before, we know from things that we've read and we've witnessed, and I'm talking about what I've witnessed, and you probably witnessed it too. I don't know now because you're younger than I am, but years ago, when they used to feed children cow's milk, the child's nose, as I had it, filled with snot. They filled with mucus, okay? Which causes what? Asthma, okay? Hard to breathe. It can cause headaches, constipation. This is a fact.
But does that mean that it's against the law of Yah?
But the point, what
That's
I'm
the point.
saying to you is,
Some people can't eat beef because they got high blood pressure.
why do they have high blood pressure?
It could be any number of reasons.
Yeah, but the point being is the main reason.
But does that mean beef is against the law though? It could be a reason that
The
they
main
not.
reason is because they're eating other things that they shouldn't be eating.
Maybe that's the case
which
with milk.
causes the high blood pressure.
Exactly. Maybe that's the case with the milk.
This is what I'm saying to you.
Yeah.
And I say it hurts you. It ain't so much Yah is laying down to us guidelines that if we had...
I'm concerned about this brother because he's putting things. I've never read anywhere where cheese or there's a lot of stuff that's bad for us, but it's not in the scripture. Sugar, red meat, Hostess Twinkie. You understand? But it's not in here. High fructose. Okay, we know it. But to say that it's in the scripture, I think the brother's mistaken by putting stuff in there.
Exactly. So because remember, that's my whole premise. I'm not denying the fact that there are things bad for us.
Right.
Anything is bad for you. Eat too much of it, or eat it wrong if you have the wrong health conditions. That's why I use the example about beef. I say, well, some people can't eat that because they got high blood pressure or whatever.
Right.
So, but we know that that's not a violation of the law.
Right.
But you could violate the law by being, gluttonous or something like that, because you're supposed to be wise, and the Most High teaches us about being discreet and all that, and how to handle yourself. But yeah, that's a good point. There's plenty of things that are bad for you, but it's not unlawful.
Right.
Doesn't mean you can't eat it. It doesn't mean that, and that's my whole premise. That's all I'm concerned about is whether or not, we're kind of regressing back to the previous discussion. He brought it up about that, but the point still is the same that I'm making.
I love the brother because he encourages me to read. Every point he makes, like, wait, where is that at? And you search and search,
want
and
to
it ain't
see what
there.
he's talking about.
It's not in there.
What? Prolong life. Now, it's certain things in the law, without a doubt, many things that if we do, we're actually sinning and blaspheming Yah. Okay? We're like in blasphemous to Yah. We're like in denial of Yah, or we're exalting some idols, or we're taking it upon ourselves, which again, if we eat in this cow's milk and it is detrimental to us, which it is, you understand what I'm saying?
I've been drinking milk since I was a kid, nothing happened.
But again,
millions of people like
maybe it's nothing that you can perceive now. Because I know a brother that drinks milk and drinks a lot of it. And he's had problems for years.
Well, that's it.
With fluid in his chest.
That could be the
I know
case.
other people that have asthma.
And for the record, I started not drinking as much milk, but it was a choice because, I found alternatives. Because I know milk, the way they do it now, they put a lot of hormones and stuff in it. But it's not because I feel it's against the law. I still drink milk, but I don't drink it as much as I used to. Certainly like during the time, because back then I was drinking it every day. I would drink like a gallon every 2 weeks. Something like that. But I still drink milk, but I don't drink it as much, just for the record. But it's not because I think it's against the law. It's because, I don't like what they're putting in the milk. All the hormones and what they pumping the cows up, what they feeding the cows and all. That's why I don't eat a lot of red meat no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't eat beef even though we can eat beef. I don't eat it like I used to. Every once in a while I might go, eat some beef, but not nowhere near what I used to. Especially as I'm getting older. So that's the point. But that doesn't mean it's against the law.
The things he mentioned, we ate a lot of milk and cereal when I was a kid.
That's all. That's what I was telling. Man, I've been eating milk for 40 years.
Running.
Yeah.
I ate ice cream.
Yeah.
My nose wasn't running.
But
all the
a
time.
lot of blacks are lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
But
true.
that, that doesn't mean it's against the law. Our people ate dairy all through the book.
Sure did.
You know.
And, the industrial medical complex is not going to actually tell you
Right.
what is the problem, what you're doing, because they don't care.
So here's the distinction.
So you could be hurting yourself, and it hasn't shown up necessarily right now, but it could
Well,
in the future.
I think this is what needs to be done, because it's just like if you decide you don't want to eat chicken or you decide you don't want to eat anything. There's a good reason not to eat any of this stuff, because I'm trying to be honest with you, I'm going to start getting more along the lines of trying to eat a pulse diet and trying to eliminate meat altogether at some point, but I still consume
That's what I just said. Now, this was a couple
turkey, chicken, things like that.
See, that was a couple years ago, and I have done that. I've started, like I said, I don't eat as much meat now. I'm trying to eat more, natural stuff. But that's a personal, like I just told him, that's what I've been trying to do. I still eat meat, I still eat chicken, I still eat turkey. But I don't eat as much red meat as I have. I probably eat like a burger or something like that every 6 months or something like that. You understand? So I don't do that like I used to. So I am trying to get more into greens, eating more, vegetables, fruits, and things like that. So that's just, a good, healthy living you should do anyway.
Meat anyway, but because of all the GMOs and all the different additives that they put in this stuff, because the Most High said it's gonna be like dung, so we know that, but we still have to eat, but we have to discern. But what I'm trying to tell you is that there's a distinction between you doing it because of health reasons or because you feel that all the additives that they're putting in this stuff, as opposed to trying to make it lawful.
No, what I'm saying,
all I'm saying.
God is saying, he's intimating there, if we're going to drink milk, this is the milk that you should drink. Okay? He's saying
didn't say that. You're adding
he's
that.
saying the milk of sheep. He didn't say, listen.
He didn't say butter of kind. He didn't say milk of kind.
But my point is, by him saying, through Moses, because this ain't Moses, this is Yah talking through him, right? Moses is the mouthpiece. By him saying, milk of sheep, and then saying, but butter of kine, that is exclusive. All right?
He was making a point. He was talking about the richness. If you notice all the foods that he's talking about, he was talking about butter, milk, honey. He was making a point about prosperity, Yahudah. It was not about dietary law.
Okay.
That's all that was.
All right. And you take it like that, brother.
That's how it was.
You take it like that. You deal from that perspective. Like I said, we ain't going to have no meeting on the mind on that.
That's fine.
And you got to pursue what you pursue, and I'm pursuing what I pursue, and we'll see.
Okay.
Y'all's going to make it all plain in the future. Hopefully soon.
Exactly, because we need it. But anyway, let's get back to the premise. The point I'm making is that I want you to deal with Numbers 11. Still with the point about the day.
We just dealt with it, didn't we?
No, we still dealing with. I guess I still got a few more
They all
shots in the gun.
want to say something similar to what you just pointed out.
No.
It's not going to change a thing.
No, I still want you to address it.
Lamb on the evening, and you offer one on the morning, and you offer
ain't
one
talking
on the
about
next evening. That's 2 in one day, but it's still going to be about the same thing.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't no need to beating the dead horse, because it ain't going to change with me. See, like I said to you before, just about...
Do you accept the possibility that you could be wrong on this?
Anything.
Do you think it's possible that you could be wrong?
Anything. Now, the point...
Do you think it's possible that you could be wrong?
What I see you're doing, you're running over the word even. You don't really understand.
I understand exactly what you're saying. I looked at both.
You keep reading, and when you go over your notes, you're going to hear yourself say, when you just read there in Deuteronomy chapter 16, a little earlier, and it starts out saying, we came out of Egypt at night. I mentioned earlier when we went to Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, that it specifically says, because you asked me that, when you go over your notes, you'll see it. Earlier in the conversation today, where does it say that the Passover begins on the 15th day? Okay, but it actually says that in Leviticus 23. It starts on the 15th day, not the 14th day. Simple as that. I mean, you know, you be talking about what's in the book and how it reads. It says that. It starts on the 15th day, not on the 14th.
Mm-hmm.
You read that. You want to read it again?
No, I read it, but that still is not saying that the day started in that evening. Because remember, the Passover was supposed to not be kept over till the morning. That's what it says.
Now you know what you're doing? You're doing the same thing what I said earlier, a little while ago. You're reaching and grabbing for something to try to substantiate.
No, I'm not. I'm just reading it for what it is.
I'm going to read, but you ain't read it for what it's saying. I'm going to read it to you again. 23rd chapter.
You said that the Passover starts on the 14th day, right?
No, you said that.
When does the Feast of Unleavened Bread start?
I told you once before, they both start at the same time. Verse 6, 23rd chapter.
One says the 14th, the other one says the 15th.
23rd chapter, Leviticus. Okay?
Let me turn.
I'm going to pick it up at the 4th verse.
Let me get there first, brother. You said 25, 23 and what?
And verse 4. These are the feasts of Yah, even holy convocations.
Feast, plural. Not singular, plural. Go on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's mentioning more than one, right?
Yeah. Did I say what?
But you're trying to make the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Passover the exact same holy day. They're associated, yes, but they're not the exact same.
David, we're dealing with the 23rd chapter.
Okay.
It's a lot of Sabbath days.
That's true.
Talking about here.
Okay. And that's my point. He's mentioning multiple days.
Did I say he wasn't?
Okay, well, okay, just make your point.
Thank you. You putting words in my mouth. You have implied.
I'm saying what you said, which is that they're the same.
You're not saying what because I didn't say anything about that.
Okay, go on.
You're implying. That's what you do.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay? Thank you. These are the feasts of Yah, even the holy convocations which you shall proclaim in their seasons. In the 14th day of the first month at even is Yah's Passover. And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread unto Yah. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said to you earlier, Passover starts the feast of unleavened bread.
I'm not denying
7
that.
days. It's the same thing. It's all in the same thing.
The Passover starts on the 14th day, as it says here.
It didn't say that.
It says the 14th day of the first month that even is Yahuwah's Passover.
It says again, on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread.
That's unleavened bread, bro.
It says at even. I keep telling you, run over the word.
It says the 15th day is the same month.
In the 4th verse, which you shall proclaim in their seasons. In a 5th verse, in the 14th day of the first month. When?
At even.
And what does that mean?
That means that the even was still the 14th day.
That's right.
You're trying to make the 14th and the 15th day simultaneous at the same time.
I told you the 15th.
Because you're trying. This is what you're doing.
What does even mean again for the umpteenth time? What does even mean?
Even means the end of the day.
Doesn't say that. Look it up again in your Strongs. That's why you brought it, right? Look it up. You got it there.
I never left.
You looked it up earlier.
Evening, dusk.
Not evening. Even.
Okay, let me go to even.
Yeah, because you did that. Why you say it like that?
Because you acting like they're so different.
They are. Because even has got one definition, not multiple.
Let's go to even.
He needs to be careful because a lot of people are going to follow him thinking that thus saith Yahuwah.
That's why I'm coming at him like that, or I did back then. Because yeah, that's what I'm saying. He got people that he did listen to him.
And because
he's
I noticed
influential.
when you said let's go to 11th chapter of Numbers, that's the place to go.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we're in this class, and that is because when you said read, that's what all of us we want to read. Mm-hmm. We want to read this. That's why we were right away. We said this brother here is on to something because you kept taking us where thus saith Yahuwah.
Right.
And then when we read where thus saith Yahuwah in all your dwellings. Yeah. Wait a minute, I live in Chicago. And things like that. And every time you say let's go here, let's go there, or as you're about to make a point, or when you're reading, in the middle of your reading, the brother interrupts. Right. As you're reading, you say, see, you're doing it again, but you were reading. Mm-hmm.
But I want you to watch this part because this is key. This is why I expose that it's a fallacy on how he keeps trying to say even only means night.
Okay.
Because I'm about to look it up. That's why he keeps encouraging me to look it up. I'm going to look it up. But it ain't going to go well for what he wants, because he wants even to only mean night. Because he's using that as a basis to say it's a whole new day.
Right.
Okay?
When you go back in your notes, that's what you gotta do.
We'll go again.
Because evidently you forgot.
I didn't forget.
You must have.
Okay. I'm going to read it again, brother. And now I'm going to read it specifically as it's stated here on Leviticus 23, verse 5. So let me find that here. Okay, and they give me the same definition, 61:53, which is Arab. And you just said it only had one definition, right? Which is incorrect. That's the one that says dusk, day, evening, night. That's the one that has the multiple. You just said it had one definition.
That's even?
That's even, brother.
Okay.
Okay. So, you were incorrect.
Okay, I was incorrect, but it still means night. What? You looked it up in another spot. If I'm not
I was looking up evening, brother.
No, I said even, not evening.
Well, yeah, because again, it depends on the
You just
word.
looked up even, didn't you?
I looked up even, and I traced it back to this same spot. It's the exact same even that we're reading here.
It's
That's
right
what
here.
I just gave. Get your coordinates and let me show you. This is even. We're in Leviticus 23 and 5, right? Right there. You see what that says? 61:53, right? Now, when I go to 61:53, you see what it says? Arab, dusk, day, even, night.
Okay, now go to the even.
See, that destroys what he had been saying. Well, even is only night. Remember, he said that, right? That's the whole basis he keeps using. But when you go and look it up, it's actually a primary definition of dusk. That's what I just showed him right there. With this one, bro.
I said, but I just want to see the difference in the even.
Which even are you referring to?
I said the even over in chapter 12.
Okay.
Exodus. Go to that one.
12 in Exodus. What verse were you referring to?
Over here.
Okay, so 12 and what you want? Because it was like,
Take the 15th, the 15th or the 18th verse.
the 18th is the same thing, brother.
No, it's not.
It's right here.
I said the 15th. That's got
Oh, okay, 389.
But here it says 14th day of the month at even.
Okay, and it's the same thing.
61:53.
But it's
Okay.
it's the same thing, brother. That's my whole
I
point.
just wanted to know.
Okay, so that's why I'm
Now,
trying
when
to tell
you
you.
looked up even, you just that's what
I've been doing. That's what I've been trying to tell
But
you.
you said it was two different words before. You said you looked up even and you looked up evening.
Yeah.
And you said it was two
Evening
different words.
is just night. See, I made a mistake there. It's not. Evening, the only thing that's... I was thinking about darkness. Well, you know, I looked up Le'elah, which is at night. Evening, and I had that in mind like it was talking about darkness. That's not true. Evening is the same thing as even.
Arab.
Yeah, Arab. It's the same thing. So it's not the same as evening. He was trying to say that even was only dark. But to be honest, the bottom line is evening and even is just... They're mostly Arab, the same thing. Dusk, end of the day. And then it does have night as a secondary definition, but primarily it's dusk. So I caught myself right there.
You said that, okay, so evening is the night.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the even that's got...
That's not true. So I said yes, but I was wrong right there. So like I said, being unbiased, when I make an error, then yeah, I misspoke right there. I should have told him no, evening, because I did say it earlier. Say evening means the same thing, dusk, and night is a secondary definition. You just read it, brother.
I said it's even. But they give you the one.
But here's the problem. This is what I see. You're still taking. It's telling you the primary root for Arab or even is dusk. As a secondary definition, it's telling you night. You always want to go with the primary definition.
But the point being is, you do. Why is that?
Within the context, because again, this is talking about. Look at the context that we're talking here.
Yeah.
14th day at even,
at night.
And it's still...
it says that the Passover started at night, right? Does it say that?
It says
in the word?
Huh?
Does it say that in the word?
Yeah.
Okay, so my point again is, and I'll say it to you again, okay? Focus.
I'm focused, brother.
Oh, I hope so. Again, on the 14th day at even, okay, you're saying that means what?
I'm saying it's the 14th day still. It's not the 15th day.
You're saying that means what?
I'm saying at even in this case.
What were they doing?
What do you mean?
On the 14th day at even, what were they doing?
They were preparing the Passover.
Okay. And so what did that entail?
They had to cook the Passover.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So therefore, would it be night or would it be sunset?
It's night.
It is?
The bottom line is, it's still the 14th day at even. Let's not lose track about what we're saying here.
I'm not. That's what I want you to do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're saying on the 14th day when it says at even, they started preparing the Passover lamb, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you're saying it was dark, night, right? Then.
I'm saying that it was the end of the day.
You don't
was
keep
still
changing. You just said...
See, you're splitting hairs because if it's
I'm not
dust...
splitting hairs.
You are.
I'm asking you, you first said that the 14th day at even, they started preparing the Passover lamb and it was night. That's what you first said.
Yeah.
Now what are you going to say?
I'm saying the same thing.
Okay, now, you just read where the Passover started on the 15th day, correct?
I saw where the Feast of Unleavened Bread started on the 15th
Okay,
day.
all right, okay. That started on the 15th
Yeah.
day, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So now we know it ends at the end of the 21st day, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now, when you look at that, 23, okay? I'm looking for where, here it is, verse 6. You see what it says?
Mm-hmm.
And on the 15th day of the same month is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And you're saying there's two different things.
I'm saying there's two different things, brother.
Okay. Unto Yah. Well, I know there's two different things in the sense of actually, what's going on with them, but they both happen at the same time. That's what I'm saying. You're saying...
You're still incorrect.
You're saying that the Passover starts on the 14th day.
That's what the scriptures are saying, brother.
No, it's not. But I say that's what you're...
So you're ignoring the 5th verse?
Wait a minute. And you're saying that the Feast of Unleavened Bread starts on the 15th.
That's what I'm reading in the scriptures.
Okay, well then let's finish reading this verse here. Okay? Verse 6. 7 days you must eat unleavened bread. This only goes from the 15th through the 21st.
Right, that's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. That's correct.
Okay. So now I'm going to ask you this. When did they start eating the Passover lamb? Did they eat it on the 14th day? Or did they start eating it on the 15th?
They started eating it on the 14th because it couldn't be held over until the next day. They had to consume it before morning. They started eating on the 14th, brother, and it could not go over till the morning. That's what the Passover lamb was about. You had to consume it in haste. And if none was to be left over in the morning, and if any was left, it should be burned. You disagree with that?
Total.
So when was the Passover lamb consumed then?
It was started to be eaten right when it got dark at even.
What date?
Which began on the 15th day.
Where are you reading that?
I'm reading it right here.
That ain't what that says, brother.
That's what it says to me. That's not what it says to you.
So
they started, like I told you earlier, when they got sunset, dusk, the sun was down on the 14th day. It's still the 14th day. And they started cooking the Passover lamb. Because it took a good hour, maybe a little better, to cook that lamb. Because they can't eat it when it's bloody. They have to eat it when it is done. And it takes a good hour possibly, or maybe a little better, to roast. When you say a lamb of the first year is going to weigh maybe what? Because I've never dealt with sheep to know how much a lamb.
You don't have to know that, brother. Just look at the scriptures for what it's saying, brother. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Again,
We're going to stop there. We still have about maybe 30 minutes left. So we got a good majority of it. So because it is getting close to time, sundown. They close here at 5 today. So yeah. But I did want to get as much of that in. So do y'all want to hear the rest of it next week?
Yeah.
Sure.
Because like I said, about 30 minutes. It ain't going to be about the whole class. But I can play the remaining part of it. So
Okay.
So you heard a good portion of it, so you can
I see why him and Alicia didn't get along. There's a bunch of egos going on. Man.
So what do you think so far about what y'all heard?
He is an excellent debater. But when it comes from scripture, though, he's not so good at that. But he's good at
Certain things.
putting words. Yeah. Yeah, he's good. When I say he argues, his point of view is like from a woman's point of view, and that is that I've never met a woman that I can out-talk. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, he can talk. See, that's why I just said that I let him talk, because he's a good lecturer.
Yeah.
He'll get you caught up in what he's saying, but with me, I'm looking at the scriptures. I ain't, I'm picking it apart. Like if I didn't know as much as I did, then I would. You sound like he's very convincing from what he's saying.
Right.
But when the Most High gives you the power of discernment, and you can pick, that's why I'm able to come at him like that, and that's why it knocks him off balance, and he gets kind of rattled because I'm not going for it.
Right.
I keep knocking holes in what he's saying. So
I thought he would have more references. I split my paper down just to compare it. I really ain't got nothing on. I probably got like 2 scriptures that he went to compared to 15 that you went to. So
yeah.
That's what I was pretty much looking for. References, show me the scriptures what it says this, or where I can go and study on my own. But
so you clearly see in a debate who wins a debate. Like if you're debating in the scriptures, but you ain't bringing weapons to a gunfight. This is your weapons is the scriptures. So that's like the brother. I'm glad he kept notes like that. Hey, I'm bringing mine to the table. I'm coming with what we dealing with.
That was one of the first things my wife pointed out. She said, "Brother David, he got a lot of references. We used to going back to a stoop, bony white man."
Yeah, that same thing.
The Dred Scott thing.
That's all he used to go to.
Bony, and I was like,
what you say one time? You get tired of reading that. That was funny.
Anybody got a?
Yeah. Anyway,
song?
Give us a psalm and we're gonna get in the class.
149. I think it's in time. I think it's like 7 verses. I'm not today.
Praise ye Yahuwah.
Praise ye Yahuwah.
Sing unto Yahuwah a new song.
Sing unto Yahuwah a new song.
And his praise in the congregation of the saints.
And his praise in the congregation of the saints.
Let Yasrael rejoice in him that made him.
Let Yasrael rejoice in him that made him.
Let the children of Zion be joyful.
Let the children of Zion be joyful
in their king.
in their king.
Let them praise his name and dance.
Let them praise his name and dance.
Let them sing praises unto him with the timbrel.
Let them sing praises to him with the timbrel
and the harp.
And the harp.
For Yahuwah taketh pleasure in his people.
For
Yahuwah taketh pleasure in his people.
He will beautify the meek with salvation.
He will beautify the meek with salvation.
Let the saints be joyful in glory.
Let the saints be joyful in glory.
Let them sing aloud upon their beds.
Let them sing aloud upon their beds.
Let the high praises of Elohim be in their mouth.
Let the high praises of Elohim be in their mouth.
And a two-edged sword in their hand.
And a two-edged sword in their hand.
To execute vengeance upon the heathen.
To execute vengeance upon the heathen.
And punishments upon the people.
And punishments upon the people.
To bind their kings with chains.
To bind their kings with chains.
And their nobles with fetters of iron.
And their nobles with fetters of iron.
To execute upon them the judgment written.
To execute upon them the judgment written.
This honor have all his saints.
This honor have all his saints.
Praise ye Yahuwah.
Praise ye Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Oh, that was a great song, bro.